to be off and on all day, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
The more, the better.
Oop.
I only say that just because it justifies not going camping.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, exactly.
All right. Who's ready for some Dungeons and/or Dragons?
Only the dragons.
Oh,
No,
no
thanks to both.
Excellent. Well, we'll get back to you and
When we
10 or
reach
so
the
levels.
dragons.
When we last left off, you were in the bottom of a crypty type area, staring at a large rusty portcullis, looking through into a weird watery section with a raised altarific looking thing. You had gone over and checked out some what appeared to be an old prison. Can everyone see the map, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just making sure. And then if you scroll up, you can see where you came from. Various rooms, including the shrine with the shiny orb that summons horrible things. All the paths you went through, the paths you didn't go through that you know are there because you were dragged over them magically and saw them. So you're currently in the room full of weird, creepy objects nestled in little alcoves in the wall. And there you are.
I wonder if the orb would open the gate.
Those things seem really hard to kill.
They were not very happy critters, but at the same time, we have not found another way to try to open the gate.
Well, we couldn't technically move things around. I almost feel like.
Yeah, but I don't feel like there was anything about those. I remember doing
Also missing a
arcane.
ton. We're missing a ton of the basement still.
That's
There's
also
still a
true,
bunch of
yeah.
area we haven't explored. If we want to double back and explore that area, because we may get a clue about if we need to move things, what needs to be moved.
Yeah.
Maybe we go delving again.
Yeah, I'm
Have
down.
we tried picking up anything by chance?
Remember last time we tried to pick something up?
Yeah, we almost died.
No one picked up anything in these alcoves. You just looked at them and were like, ew.
Ew checks out.
I want to explore around, like, with the alcoves. Are there any writing or scripture or pictures around the alcoves?
There or not.
Didn't we realize it was bullshit? I can't remember last time doing like an Arcana roll.
Yep.
Piop spent, while you guys looked at alcoves and stuff in alcoves, Piop spent his time leafing through the summoning
book.
Ritual summoning book he found upstairs, and he came to the studied opinion that it is a bunch of random nonsensical babble bullshit packaged up to look fancy.
Alright, well, I'm going to go back upstairs, I think, and go and check out some of the other area we didn't see.
Where would you you can see the map where you were, correct?
Yes.
Just go ahead and drag yourself to where you want to be, and I will move your token there. So you don't have to do the whole...
Well, I think that's where we come up from down here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright,
Yeah.
so I will just drag you there. Does anyone else want to join him?
I mean, we probably should do things together, right?
Yeah. Let's just...
Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be fine. What's a little death?
Well, I don't think we should go into that room that's clearly going to get us into some trouble with the water and the altar.
Alright, there you go. Now we can go back to regular movement. no reason for you guys to have to path all that way.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm thinking we go north from here and then to the left and search around inside of that area. See what we find.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm walking.
This hot mess of an adventuring party just being like, okay, well, that doesn't open.
I mean, we haven't found any other way to do it. Unless somebody wants to try to punch their way through it, I figured.
Who went over there? John, you're trying to travel through multiple walls.
Of course I am. Let me zoom in a little bit further.
Okay,
gotta-
so
You gotta level up a few more times before you can do that.
Working on it.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go right there. So we see in the room and see what there is. Ta-da.
Alright, so as he's walking to there, alright, you are going as well.
I'm obviously going the wrong direction.
I mean, that checks out.
Okay, bye. I'm just waiting for everyone to finish their moves, and then we'll get into the
What
descriptions.
horrible things we run into.
And Shava, I'm going to actually stop you around there,
oh, that's fine.
so everyone's seeing everything at the same time, pretty much.
Okay.
Other than John, who's just going back to revisit his failure when he ran away from the group.
Coming back.
Those sweet memories. So you enter into this one of the larger rooms down here you've seen, other than the like shrine areas and stuff like that, and larger living quarters, you could say. Pretty blank overall. There's a well right in the middle of the room. You can see there, about 4-foot diameter well shaft, little 3 or 4 foot high stone lip, goes down into, one would presume, water. A bucket hangs on a rope and pulley mechanism bolted to the cross beams. And then you see rooms kind of off to all sides.
I'm gonna look in the well.
Go
Boop-a-doop-boop.
check out the first room.
All right.
I don't know if I lined that up quite right, Mike, but I trust you.
All right. The well looks like a well. There's some water down at the bottom. See, it's about, I guess, about 20 feet down before you start seeing a little shimmer of water reflecting your torchlight back up. Now let's see. Crampers. You've got a little side room there. There's a old wood frame bed with a moldy mattress and a wooden chest with a rusty padlock on it.
Well, that sounds fun.
Lovely. Obviously, I'm going to want to go open up that rusty chest with padlock with my handy dandy crowbar.
All right, just do a strength check for that. Next in line was Shava. Your room there is basically the exact same thing. There's a chest, there's a bed, there's a chest, there's a rusty iron padlock.
I too would like to use my crowbar to open the chest.
All right, strength check for you. Next up, we have Morgan. It's going to surprise you, but there's a bed, a wooden chest with a not as rusty padlock.
I don't have a crowbar, but I think the thieves' tools have, like, don't they have something to pick locks with?
So if you have thieves' tools,
I do.
you can do a dexterity check with advantage to attempt to pick a lock.
Okay. I will do that. How do I do it with advantage again?
Down at the bottom left, you will see a button that says ADV and one that says DIS. That's advantage and disadvantage. So just click advantage, and the next thing you roll will roll with advantage automatically. Cramper, you obliterate most of the chest along with the lock. There's just some kind of trash in there as well. Let me open up the party sheet. You also find in there a short sword that has a fine, like, filigree of silver along the entire blade, including the cutting edge. And that is now in the party sheet inventory.
Can I
Colby's.
see if there's any kind of magicalness about this water, or if this is just a regular old well?
Yeah, you're just gonna look down and do an Arcana check. You're gonna jump in. Yeah,
I don't plan on jumping in.
excellent. Shava, honestly, how this has gone with your chest in there, you're just reasonably happy that you didn't hurt yourself. It looks like water.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of figured what that was gonna be. Yeah.
Morgan, your lock pops open, and in there you find some, like, old, looks like maybe papers that have all just kind of turned to mildew and dust. You also found a black leather eye patch, and kind of with a fake eye motif, with the gem sewn directly into the middle of the eye patch.
Take it.
That is now also, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm taking it. That sounds awesome.
Shava, would you like to try again for your chest, or just call it a day
Yes,
there?
I would like to go ahead and try again. For my
You know what? And I
chest.
forgot, since you do have crowbar, go ahead and use advantage on that roll.
I just
And I
want
just
to
hit
crack the eye
ADV
patch,
before I
right?
roll, right?
Correct. You hit ADV, and then the next roll will be at advantage.
I just have to drag the eye patch, right? It's not adding
Drag
to my
it.
inventory.
Drag
Yeah, grab the dragon and drag it into your inventory.
Yeah, it's not working. Oh wait, now it did. Now that I'm complaining it's not working, it's working.
That's
Don't
okay.
worry.
Theria?
Yeah.
You find a room with an old wood frame bed and a moldy straw mattress. There's a chest with a rusty iron padlock.
Cool. I just want to try to break it.
Alright. Give me a strength check. While you're doing that, Shava, that works. You pop the lock on that, and you find yourself a lovely ivory hairbrush with silver bristles.
Ooh, pretty.
You explode the chest. That chest's parents felt that.
Perfect.
You find, wrapped in some cloth, tucked into a corner, kind of stashed in the corner of the chest, you find 3 green little gems.
Did I also find a chest? With
Yeah, I canceled your movement because other people were still doing stuff. So
No, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that it looks like pretty much the exact same thing that everyone else is seeing.
So me with all my mushroomy stuff, would I be able to use some of them to, like, burn through a part of the lock in order to get it open or something?
Based on the condition of the wood, you feel pretty confident that you could just send out some spores and just kind of rot away the remainder of this wood.
Oh, that sounds even better. Yeah, let's rot the wood.
Alright, so yeah. So if you feel free to describe that. That's the, instead of rolling, that's the cost of doing business.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
The mechanical-minded person's being forced to role play.
Yeah, no, that's
That's my favorite part.
yeah, no, that's so I put out my hand, and the little pieces of what looks like dust floating around start to coalesce on the outside of the wood, and then they start to glow, and then they stop glowing, and then it just falls apart.
I love it. And inside, covered in a fine dust of former mushrooms and spores, You find 11 gold and 60 silver
Ooh.
that is inside a tiny pouch that you're pretty sure is made of human skin.
Oh, even better. I can store
Gross.
my mushrooms in there.
When you pick it up, though, it crumbles and you're left with just the
Aw,
coins, which are now in the
sad.
partial coin section of the party sheet.
Yay.
Is the eye patch magic-y at all? Or is it just an eye patch?
Tell me.
Can I check to see if it is
Sure.
magic-y?
Roll some Arcana on that biz.
Absolutely.
I want to search the entire room, see if there's anything else of interest.
It does not seem magical. And perception roll for your search. It pretty much is what it says on the tin. You conduct a thorough search over the course of 4 or 5 minutes. There's not much to look at in there. And you come up with a whole bunch of nothing.
Fun stuff.
Can I check under the mattress? In my
Sure.
room?
You lift the mattress up. It's gross. There's a cloud of like potentially hazardous dust kind of comes flying up into your face.
Oh no.
If you
don't
find any
find it-
mushrooms, bring me the mushrooms.
Nothing under the mattress though except death.
Just death. Sweet, sweet death.
Alright, guys, onwards.
I want to take a final look at the well, just because I'm curious.
Please do. It looked like water to me.
Can I tell from like the well if it's simply a well shaft? Because I know we went down to reach the water. Like, does it open up into? I guess I'm looking to make sure it's normal well instead of like pulling from the open water below. Well,
It looks like a well.
Toss a coin down then.
In your time as a traveling entertainer and charlatan, you probably have not spent too much time doing manual labor such as digging wells or working stone or construction. So, in your mind, you're pretty sure that's a well.
can I check for magic?
We certainly can.
Something I actually know about.
Roll me an Arcana. As you guys leave, she's like, "Well, this is a good subject."
Man,
Wow.
even I did better at detecting that if it was a well or not.
It's a well.
Yeah, it looks very welly.
Can I take 1 copper and throw it down for luck?
Sure.
I do that.
Absolutely. All right. You guys are 1 copper poorer.
Fantastic.
So when you guys are short on money, you know who to blame.
Yep.
Shopkeeper's gonna be like, "Oh, so close."
Where did everyone go? Do I need to round that corner?
Up, yeah.
They're gone. They
Up
left
the
you.
stairs.
We
Around the corner.
left. We went back to the boat and
Hi guys.
She found us.
So as you enter this area, there's a little table and chairs, and down to the south, you see some alcoves that have like old disintegrating moldy straw. Not even really beds, just kind of like pallets on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
is there anything on the table?
There is not, except just dust.
Oh, sad.
Yeah.
Hey, can we still hear the chanting?
You can. It has never stopped. You definitely determined that it was coming from the room with all the alcoves and creepy stuff.
Okay.
Or at least that's where it was loudest.
Cool.
I want to check out this pallet.
All right. It is straw, or remains of straw, just kind of wrapped up in burlap sacks. It doesn't look particularly comfortable now, and it doesn't really look like it was comfortable in the past either.
Nothing else under it, around it, just piece of crap pallet. That's it.
Yeah, you poke around a little bit, and it's pretty much, yeah, what you see is what you get. Piece of crap pallet.
Delicious.
Oh, I don't have a good feeling.
I have great feelings.
Anything in mind? Do I need to roll perception?
I won't stop you.
I am not rolling well today. I guess it is time for a color change. This was not a good one.
See if I do any better on this pallet. Yep.
As you poke around the straw on that pallet, you suddenly come to a startling realization. That's not straw. That's barley.
Oh. Fantastic. Aren't there some great mushroom stuff that grows on barley?
Yeah.
Possibly. At this point, there's just kind of, yeah, you've got a nice little blue-green mold scattered throughout all this stuffing.
I think I want to go back to the ritual room with all the artifacts.
Not yet.
Hey, did we actually mess with any of those coffins last time all that much?
Heather screamed and said, "Close it."
I mean,
Yeah.
it was empty. The coffin was empty.
Yeah.
Did we look at all the coffins?
I
Couple of them were
think
bricks.
so.
I know we looked at two where the kids are supposed to be buried.
Yeah. Do you think we should move their bodies into their crypts?
Do we actually know where
Can
their
we?
bodies are?
Yeah, their body,
Weren't they in the room?
skeletons were in that room where we found their ghost.
Oh.
Weren't they burnt though?
But you could still move them.
Hmm.
I haven't.
That's you guys gonna go do all that work.
I have
Technically,
an
I'm not even in the same room, so.
I have an unrelated question from my character's perspective. Are we talking about like the chanting, right? Is it degree of musical? Does it have rhythm? What are we talking about here?
Just kind of chanting. I mean, it's rhythmic in the sense that it's the same thing over and over again.
Okay. Thank
It's so you did determine what they were saying in the chanting, the voices, and it's just a repetition of "He is the ancient, He is the land."
Well, haven't found any ancient stuff yet, so.
Can I tap out the rhythm just as a, absent-minded tick against my leg while we walk around and check things out?
There's literally nothing I can do to stop you.
Will do. Perfect.
God, I don't like that.
Barring murdering your character right now. Well, I want to go and check out whichever crypt things we didn't mess with.
I'm down to take another look.
The kids were what, the left side?
Cramp, as you come around that corner there, you see an empty crypt. There's a large blank stone slab that clearly would be normally used to seal it. It's just leaning against the wall on the north side.
I want to investigate inside of here.
All right. Just feel free to percept.
Oh, this is...
Yeah, it's dusty. There's some spiders running around. Not like terrible jump on you and eat your face spiders. Your standard variety spiders.
No drafts of wind or possible hitting of doors.
No, if you probably spend a few minutes looking at all the corners and the stone, and looks just like an empty crypt. So you pee up.
Door in front
Down
of
where
me.
you,
Yeah.
in front of you is a sealed, just like a large stone door, or a
Sit.
slab rather.
Openable?
You can certainly try. There's no handles or anything. It's a stone slab that has been fitted into place in that doorway.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would just try to push it out of the way then, or push it. inside.
Give me a strength check. Or, sorry, athletics, if that makes a difference. If you have a bonus to athletics. Go out on a limb and say you did not.
Hold place. I tried to roll it and...
It would just be a regular strength check.
Ah,
for you.
yeah, no, never
You don't
mind.
have any extra. So,
Yep.
you scrabble and strain your tiny little hands and arms. Nothing happens.
Checks out, yep.
Some light shame.
Were there any empty pedestals in the ritual room?
There were not. Every little alcove had something in it.
If memory serves me right, there's a wall in front of me here I want to try to take down or move to open up the other crypt.
Again, just an so how are you planning on doing that? I guess I should say.
I want to take the crowbar to it.
All right, give me an athletics with advantage.
That's gonna be fun. It might be small, but I pack a bunch.
You packed a strong punch there.
Yeah,
Better than that nat one.
yeah. There's a lot of noise and furious motion and clanging. Just nothing really comes of it.
I huff and I puff and I try it one more time.
All right, give it another shot.
There.
You got a much better angle on it this time. You got the crowbar in kind of the seam there, and in front of you is a stone slab, has the name Gustav Durst etched onto it, but it's just an empty coffin sitting on top.
Gustav, that was one of the ones we fought down in the bottom, one
Yeah.
of the mules. Yeah.
Wasn't Gustav one of the parents?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, makes a lot of sense that, you know, this is the family crypt, so...
Did you check the other side already, Brian?
I couldn't get it open, because I have
Okay.
tiny, tiny little hands, and no crowbar, too.
John, you having some luck there?
I
He
already
got
mine
into that
open.
one, yeah.
This
Okay.
is
Okay.
Which
Piop is just scratching at the stone like a cat at a window.
Yep.
Oh, so Peops is the one that can't get. Okay. I was
Right.
confused.
No, yeah.
All
you
right.
just come
Maybe
open
I'll
and
come
open.
help him.
Yeah.
which crypt am I in front of?
You are in one of the crypts that was previously looked into, and that will be Thornbolt Durst.
Okay. trying to decide what I want to do.
Oh, and Brian, I'm not sure why, but I have still yet to get the cloak effect working correctly.
Yeah.
It's active for the save, but not for the AC. So you just have a miscellaneous armor class bonus in your AC itself. So if you ever take the cloak off, I just have to go in and edit that. Because it's for some reason it's just not wanting to read the AC effect.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
Weird.
you know. I have to be the one that breaks things.
It's getting the job. Don't you worry. When you guys hit level 3, there's all sorts of shit that's not built in.
Oh,
Gotcha.
great.
Yeah, a lot of Tasha's stuff isn't built in yet.
Okay.
I want to go pick up one of those things in the ritual room.
Okay. It will probably take you about probably 2 or 3 minutes to get down there. So while you're doing that, I can go ahead and fast travel you down there.
Can I try to open the door that Brian couldn't open?
Absolutely. Give me an athletics check. So this is all going on while Shava is headed down the stairs.
I do let them know I'm going down there.
Yes, that door
We would
is
hope so.
open. In front of you, you see a stone slab. Etched on it is the name Elizabeth Durst, an empty coffin.
Okay, cool. That's what we assumed.
So on a totally side note, I think there's a drug deal going down at the house next door to ours.
You say that
Ooh.
every time.
Go ask.
There's a dude sitting in a car. Another dude just walked up to the front door. And yeah, so this is
Our neighbors are weird. Can I?
I'm gonna follow Shava back down to the ritual area.
Take you a little while to
Yeah.
get down there.
Be a couple minutes behind her.
Shava, would you like the list of things?
Yes, please.
Right.
I'm ready to write them down this time.
Hold, please. Get them pulled up. All right, you have a small mummified hand on a loop of rope, a knife carved from bone, a varnished 8-inch diameter orb, varnished. It looks like it's made from something's eye. A dagger with the skull of a rat set into the pommel. An aspergillium carved from bone, which I had to look that up. That is the weird little censer thing that the Ultra Boys carry around and swing and smoke comes out of.
Oh, okay.
I'm totally writing that down as altar boy thing.
Yeah.
Altar boy thing.
A folded up cloak made of old dried up skin. A frog on a stick. A bag of bat poop. A severed finger. A carved wooden mummy, about 6 inches tall. A iron pendant on a chain, adorned with the face of a devil. A shrunken head. And a small wooden box containing a dried up tongue.
Okay. I'd like to see, like, going around the room. Is there anything, are any one of them sitting on like a mechanism or anything like that that I can tell without actually touching the item?
They all appear to be just sitting on dusty stone shelves.
I want to pick one up. Speaking to Theria, I would like to pick one up, but I'm also afraid of what's going to happen if we pick one up.
Oh yeah, I've made it down there now. Yeah, I think if we pick one up, it needs to be one we would want to take with us if nothing catastrophic happens.
Oh.
So in the meantime, what are the other people doing? PF is sitting and staring at his precious orb that he's already picked up once.
Yeah, I wanted to. I mean, obviously there's magic involved with it, but I wanted to inspect around this statue and stuff more and see if there is any kind of possible mechanism or connection to the gate downstairs.
Just a standard old perception check.
Sure.
Hit a wall somewhere. Yep. There we go.
As far as you can tell, you do not see anything connecting anything to anything. It is a freestanding wooden statue, as described before. There does not appear to be any, and it's not on a pedestal per se. It's just on a slightly raised portion of stone there, just to raise it slightly off the floor. But you don't see anything, any connections or anything that looks non-statuesque.
Looking at the orb, how big is that orb?
That orb is about the size of, say, like a billiards ball.
Tiny, it's about 3 inches.
Yeah.
I, in my little corner, staring at the children's place.
Right. Having been abandoned.
Yeah, having been abandoned. I'm not expecting it to do much of anything, so I apologize. But it feels in character. I would pull out my pan flute and play the kiddies a little funeral dirge before I go join the brothers gnome.
Give me a performance roll for that.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh, that's really exciting. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you play a little funeral dirge. Those of you that are still upstairs, i.e. the gnomes, along with the chanting chorus that you can hear, you now hear some music drifting through the corridors as well.
How nice.
Maybe we should just try to break down the... It was kind of rusty, wasn't it? Because we're not really finding anything to... like a mechanism or anything that'll open it.
I know that's a long distance, so just do whatever you need to.
You made it. You didn't hit corners.
Alright, no corners.
So how are things going down in the alcove room? The reliquary.
Talking it out. Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we might want to, like, touch.
So I wonder, because we can kind of see into this, what I can only assume is a ritual room, right? If we move in, like, closer to it, and there's that portcullis. Can I tell if there's like a hole in the ceiling on the far end of the room?
When you say far end of the room,
Like all the way, like the very bottom. There's like a piece that's broken out of it.
yes, I gotcha. You see kind of like a breach in the wall there. It doesn't look like anything that was cut out. It's more like broken, and piles of, you can't really tell from here, but there's kind of mounds of something in there.
Okay, so you know, I got a question. The orb that looks like an eyeball, does it look like it's looking at me? Like,
I
does
mean,
it have an actual eye in it? That's
it is
following us
definitely an
around?
eyeball, but it's varnished. It's
Okay.
stationary.
Can I poke it? I don't
Sure.
remember which alcove it's in.
We'll call it that one.
Okay, cool. I like that. I'd like to poke the eyeball.
It is poked.
Anything happen?
No, it's hard and crunchy. It's kind
Kind
of
of gross.
feels like
Grossest eyeball ever.
Kind of feels just like it's a really
have an idea.
lightweight orb that's been shellacked.
I have an idea. Maybe a bad idea, but I have an idea.
Let's hear it.
Where are
I'm
you
excited.
going? Hold on. Where are you going?
I'm going down.
You're going down.
Flying.
Flying!
Back to the room. Are you joining the rest of our party, friend?
Yeah, why
Hey.
not?
Pee up.
I'm downstairs.
Okay. Can we join downstairs? ODM. Thank you.
Crampers, you as well.
Yes, please. Might as well join the party.
Alright.
So I've started World War III.
Can we paste in the chat what all is in the room?
I got it.
Since
I'll
a few
paste it in
people
there.
have written.
Yeah, I got it.
Alright.
That would help me.
My
Now
idea.
that we're all in the same room.
My idea is to use Entangle and see if the vines and stuff are strong enough to either bend the bars on the portcullis or break them or something, because if it's old and rusty, maybe it'll deform.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Perfect. It's not a. This is like completely off the cuff because it's the cast on this is usually against.
Yeah,
enemy,
obviously.
so-
So here's what we'll do.
Okay.
So it is a first level spell, so you will be burning a spell slot for this.
Yep. I already clicked it.
Move on down. Well, wherever you want to be. I suppose you're actually within range already. So.
Yeah.
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 Go ahead. Is it a save against or is it a target?
It
That's actually.
creatures. It's a strength. They have to succeed on a strength throw or be restrained. I'm kind of using it not exactly how the spell is written, but how, I think that it would kind of, because in my head, if I'm thinking of Entangle.
Yeah, give me,
Yeah.
what is your casting stat? Is it wisdom? Or intelligence?
I think it's intelligence,
That would make sense.
because that's my highest number, and I would assume that when I was originally building my character, I would have remembered these things.
Yeah, go ahead and just roll an intelligence check. Just roll me a straight up. Actually, let's skip that. Do
Okay.
an Arcana instead. That would make more sense.
All right.
All right. So as Piop directs some whatever he does, withered vines and actually, what's
Can
your
they be more
ability?
spore-ish? Like
They
be more
absolutely-
mushroomy?
Yeah, they can't really be straight up mushrooms, but they can certainly be moldy.
I like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Mushrooms don't really
Yeah.
have a lot of vining.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of
tendencies.
vining. I mean, I guess they have, like underground, their root system is kind of viney.
What is your passive perception? It's 13. Okay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right. So as some vines, first some we'll say some mushrooms sprout up around
Yeah.
the bottom of these
Yeah, I like it.
bars of this portcullis, and then vines start to creep up a couple of the bars in the middle. One thing you do notice is that it doesn't look the same as it usually does. The vines look very unhealthy.
Mm.
They're kind of dried and withered. They still appear to be doing the same job,
Mm-hmm.
but it's almost like they're rotting as they come out of the ground. But as they build up and kind of bunch around two of the main iron bars there's a kind of loud clanging snap, and one of the bars breaks, and the other one to the left of it bends a little bit. And as the vines stop their motion and kind of fall to dust, there's
Mm-hmm.
definitely now there's enough room for most of you to get through, and for Etheria to probably squeeze through.
Yay!
Them.
Screw doing intelligent things and figuring out how to actually beat the puzzle. Just break the puzzle!
Checks out.
So who's going in first?
Are we taking anything with us? I think that's a fair question before we go.
Yeah,
Good on
I
first.
guess that's. Does anyone want anything?
Hey,
Want any of
maybe
those items?
maybe we should also, like, did we ever actually look at the water at all to see if this, because if my stuff was being all unhappy growing out of that kind of watery stuff, maybe there's bad stuff going on.
I got pretty close to the water, I thought.
Well, Cramp is in the water.
Yeah, so I guess we find out.
He's a good shin deep already. And previously, I forget who, but at least two of you had walked right up to the portcullis. So.
I think I did.
Okay, good. I
so-
couldn't remember.
Chin deep.
So really, it's more ask yourself, how are you feeling?
Swimmingly.
Do we want to get, like, the pendant? The pendant seems like the most.
The pendant definitely has an Amanda flair to it, or a Morgan flair to it.
I mean, I don't follow a devil, to
The
be
least
clear.
gross thing.
I mean, I guess that's actually a good point. It is the.
It's the least gross thing. It sticks out to me. It's not being.
True. It might be worth some
anatomy
money
of
too,
anything.
maybe.
I don't. Do we want to take the risk of picking up something and initiating another fight right before?
Right before we fight the
into
boss?
what we're assuming is the big boss. Like,
Yeah.
fight,
True.
Go for it.
like the chanting is loud enough in here, and this is the last room that we've explored in the house. Like, I feel like we can reasonably assume that we're going to encounter something. And
True.
do we want to take that risk?
Do we
Amanda's
trust
like,
your
yes.
assessment?
I mean, I trust my own assessment of that. After being amazing and, you know, completely crushing that puzzle.
True.
Since
It's gonna
I'm
be your
neck
go-to
deep-
from here on out.
Oh, yeah.
Indecision.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the portcullis?
Yeah, you remember how I broke it?
Go
Yeah,
crack
no, let's
that
just keep
puzzle.
doing this. Yeah. I'm just going to be casting Entangle on everything. Random door, Entangle.
That said, we got here through a portal.
Mhm.
So it's reasonable to assume that we'll get out of here through a portal. So we'll have, at least in theory, an opportunity to come back into this room after whatever happens next.
If we're not just whisked away like when our ship sank.
I'm not
Okay,
liking
yeah,
the
well,
look
that
of
was a
this place.
special scenario. We got here through a portal we all willingly walked through, so that's my hesitation. Or that's where I'm coming from, at least.
I don't like the look of this place.
Let's
So
go
let's-
through.
I'm gonna sneakily, since I'm only neck deep or chin deep, I'm gonna sneakily swim in and go up around to
I think Mike said shin deep.
Shin, yes, not
Shin,
Shin.
like S-H-I-N, not chin.
I thought you said chin. Well, I was thinking since I'm small, that's why I'm like, okay, I can do that. Oh, I stealthily walk in then.
So I'm definitely going to be a little bit more noticeable in this water. Like, it's probably going to come up, to my ankles?
Your toesies.
Yeah, my toesies.
So everyone just go ahead and get their movements in, however you want to do them. We'll go ahead and
Fine.
check mark a couple of them.
Oh, I'm hanging back. I'm standing. Well, actually, I'll go forward. Like,
You can
Yeah,
chill
our
with
squishy
me.
people should be careful.
I'm staying in the door.
I mean, oops.
You're doing great. Nope, you're doing fantastic.
It's fine. Theory is ahead of me. Thank you, being a happer.
All right. So, as the first person that steps into this, as soon as you clear that portcullis and step into the actual water, you kind of clear the wall line. The chanting immediately stops that you've been hearing. It's about a 40-foot square room. The smooth masonry walls were providing excellent acoustics. You can now hear just every little sound perfectly. Water moving as you walk through it, your own breathing, your heartbeat. There's some featureless stone pillars support the ceiling. There's a breach down in that south wall that leads into a darkened cave. You can't really see much in, but it's heaped with looks like just garbage and refuse. Most of the water is covered, or most of the floor is covered with murky water. Stairs lead up to some stone ledges that hug the walls. In the middle of the room there are more stairs rise to form an octagonal dais that rises above the water. Rusty chains with shackles dangle from the ceiling directly above a stone altar mounted onto it. The altar is, from where you can see, is covered with carvings. You can't really get a good look at them from where you are. The water that you're standing in is about 2 foot deep. The ledges off to your east and west that the stones lead up to are about 5 feet high, so about 3 foot above the water surface. And the chamber itself is probably about somewhere between 16 and 18 foot high.
Big room. Yeah.
There are no people, though.
There is nothing that you can see.
I want to walk up to the dais.
Yeah, I'll go with her.
All right. Everybody path what they're doing. Everybody's doing this at the same time, so.
To the corner.
Because I feel like this is going to be bad. Oh, yeah, this is going to be bad.
I'm going to stay exactly where I am. So I can see where everyone is going for the most part.
I'm a caster, but
All right, John, I know you want to end up there, but you're going to have to path it along the walkway to make sure you have the appropriate amount of movement. There's no walls to stop it, but I think what is you guys is 25 for your movement in a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now we're just going to call this all a turn that's happening right now, just timing wise.
Got it.
And let's see, is that every? No. Shava, are you?
She's staying put.
I'm not moving.
Okay.
I'm staying put, yeah.
the fun of being a chaotic good caster. Squishy,
right.
but I want to touch it.
So as the two of you there approach that, you get a better look at the altar. It's carved with depictions of ghouls, like grasping. Some of the carving it's kind of like a 3D relief image. There's some of the hands reaching out from the altar. It's stained with a kind of a rusty brown stain is covering most of it. The second you set foot on that top level, the chanting suddenly rises back up. It's almost
Ooh.
deafening. And all
Fun.
around you, there's 13 dark apparitions, shades appear. Each one resembles a black-robed figure holding a shadowy torch. The fire in the torch is black, seems to actually draw light into it as opposed to repel darkness. And you can't see their faces underneath the hoods. The chanting now has changed, however. Now it's as one in one voice with different undertones. They just chant, "One must die, one must die, one must die." Just continuing. over and over. You can barely hear yourself think.
Cool.
So by the way, I think I see the control that would have opened the portcullis.
Yes, you indeed do see a wooden barred brain, or rather, kind of wrapped with metal wheel that would open and lower the portcullis from inside.
Yeah, we see that now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's right
From
there.
the inside, though.
Correct.
It's right around the corner from where you are.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
wouldn't have been able to reach it from where
Yeah.
we were before.
Mhm.
We have how
I
many
would like
casters?
to try something. I would like to go around the corner and while watching, because I can see these shades, right?
Yeah, you can see a couple of them.
Okay. I want to keep watching them, and when I take that step back, I want to pick up one of the items in the ritual room and
Okay.
see if a shade disappears.
And the shades, by the way, I wasn't specific enough. So the shades are just surrounding. They're spaced out on the walkways. They're not on the the
Okay.
middle.
So
Okay, well, that's smart because
walkway
there's
that-
13
yeah.
items.
Yes. So I'd like to see if a shade disappears when I pick up an item.
All right, so we'll put you up there. What's everyone else doing in this moment in time? The chanting continues unabated.
Oh, I have my.
I'm gonna see what happens when I walk through. I'm assuming that I'll walk through a shade here, but I want to go look
Yeah,
at that
yeah,
pile.
you'll walk through a couple of them.
Oh, cool, awesome.
I want to take
See
a
what happens.
closer look at the thing, whatever
Altar.
that is, altar.
Yeah, I do too.
Is there one in the corner?
There is. There's one standing right next to you.
John's gonna become one with the shade.
I mean, I would just walk through several of them, so.
True.
I'm gonna chill in the corner with my bow and arrow.
All right. Let's see. So I'm gonna do a couple things at once here. Piop.
Mhm.
As you walk through them freely, you do notice when you walk through them. When you walk through them, the temperature drops. Nothing horrible, no frostbite or anything, but it does get noticeably colder. There's a tingle as you walk through them, as you pass through. No resistance or anything like that. Let's see, Shava, what would you like to grab?
If I'm
So
facing
within,
the. Go
yeah,
ahead, yeah.
you could probably reach around the corner and grab immediately to the east or west of you, or you could walk all the way back and grab the eye that's all the way north.
Let me just grab one of the ones that's closer to me.
All right, we will call that frog on a stick.
Okay.
From your point of view, nothing happens.
Okay. Because I've only taken 10 steps back, I'd like to go ahead and take the rest of my movement to see if that did anything.
With a quick use of basic arithmetic, you count to 13 and everyone is still there.
Okay.
The altar.
Yeah.
Those of you that are at the altar. It is definitely an altar. The stonework is much nicer than everything else you've seen here. The chains that are dangling down from the ceiling there are about 8 foot long. So they've got shackles on them, and most of the rust-colored, brown-colored stains are on the altar directly below the chains. The carvings are just of all kind of various ghouls and skeletal figures and screaming faces reaching out, carved into the stone.
Cool. All right.
From where I am, can I see any better into this pile of refuse? Know what kind of... Is there anything that sticks out at me yet?
Now you can smell it a little more,
Ooh.
but it really is just kind of a pile of grossness.
Well, that sounds wonderful to go and poke at and see what we find, because don't know what else to do here but start casting Entangle.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing something, right?
Probably.
Well, they are screaming, "One must die," so who's sacrificing?
Who wants to roll a new character?
Well, what falls under the umbrella of dying?
In theory, could
Dying?
I want to touch a chain. I don't know if I expect anything to happen, but just, you know.
If you climb on top of the altar and probably jump, you could probably grab the chain.
Oh, those are high. Okay.
Yeah, they're down from the ceiling.
Got it. I mean, I was dumb enough to make a deal to be a warlock, even though I'm happy with my life choices. Yeah, let's do that. Let's climb on the altar and jump at a chain.
Okay. Just do an athletics check just to make sure you climb and jump successfully.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Oh, yep. As you're down
is
there looking at that, it's gross. Even for you, being a lover of fungus, you look at this and you're just kind of like, yeah, don't want any part of this.
Can I tell what any of it is, or?
It's some of it looks just like rotting cloth. Some of it looks like, rotting vegetation. Most of it looks to be just like mud and filth. There's some pieces of rock and stone stuck in it.
So like a hole above is like just a trash chute basically, or is it just
looking
a pile?
up, you don't see anything above, just
Huh.
natural stone ceiling. It's not an impressive effort to climb the altar, and it's more of a kind of weird hop and a jump. But you do manage to reach out and touch one of those shackles, which instantly writhes around and clasps around your wrist, and you're now dangling with your feet about 6 inches above the altar, suspended by one arm.
Choices.
Yeah, that checks out. I feel like maybe the caster would have looked around for magical stuff when she walked up to a clearly magical altar.
I'm a warlock. I made a deal because I thought Hersom was handsome.
Yeah, that checks out.
Let's be clear.
The chanting of "One must die" reaches a fever pitch.
Question for the DM. I can't hellish rebuke a chain, right?
Let's take a look at hellish rebuke.
It doesn't seem like something I could hellish rebuke a chain.
It says creature, and it's not damaging you per se.
Okay.
So.
What about a Eldritch Blast?
You could Eldritch Blast a chain.
Cause that's scary to be grabbed by a chain. And I feel like that's the panic reaction here.
You could definitely Eldritch Blast the chain. If you would like to do so, you'll just cast Eldritch Blast, but please click disadvantage first.
Can I back up before she does this?
One-armed. Yeah.
I don't trust
That
this.
sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
And Arcana?
No, you'll be casting Eldritch Blast.
Oh, legitimately. Okay. I can do that.
I don't even know if I'm far enough back. Like, is 10 feet okay?
I think Eldritch Blast has 120 foot range or something.
But it's not like a circle based on.
No, but what
right.
I'm saying is if you miss terribly, it's just gonna shoot off in some random direction, and we're all
I'm
in
gonna
range.
move. Oh
Hey,
well,
like
it's fine.
that.
She rolled a 3. It's fine.
No, she rolled an automatic miss, which is a 1.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, so that's a critical failure.
Okay. Well, I'll roll a new
roll-
character today.
Roll a 1d4.
Oh no. This is gonna be good, guys.
All right. Shava, roll a dexterity check.
Oh no.
Not even a save, just a check.
Mhm.
Jesus. I was getting a snack. Okay, that wasn't bad.
All right. As you're peering into the room watching this happen, frog on a stick in hand, you manage to just barely dodge out of the way as a thin line of eldritch energy shoots out from Morgan's hand and streaks past your ear.
Oi, watch it!
Goes rebounding off into the reliquary.
Well, help!
So who's gonna kill her?
Can I check? I already forgot what this thing was called, but
What thing? Where
the
thing?
thing I'm standing in front of.
The portcullis?
The
wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wheel.
That opens the portal.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what it does. I want to know where it's gonna send them.
If you turn it, then the iron portcullis starts to raise, and then gets jammed up into this passage ceiling as it hits one of the broken iron bars and the other that is bent out of shape.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question. How high are the ceilings? Can I see the ceiling?
It's about 16 feet.
Can I do an acrobatics check?
To do
I have a
what?
plan. Like, it's got me by the arm, but can I like start climbing the chain
Probably.
since I can't get down?
Certainly
Mm,
something you can try.
I mean, if someone's gonna climb the train, maybe the chain, maybe it. I don't know.
I have +3 on acrobatics. I'm an entertainer.
Okay.
I mean, I
Okay.
was just gonna try to break the chain, but
Or you can
Yeah.
break the chain. I was asking for help, but it just didn't seem like anyone's helping.
I walked over. See, I had to
3 foot
slog
tall.
my way through water that's almost as tall as me. Okay.
Screaming for help, and Theria's like,
Okay.
"Ooh,
Yeah,
what's
she's
this
like,
wheel do?"
Bye, Felicia. So I don't know how effective.
I'll
this
come
will
break
be.
the chain.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to do it physically or if we want to try to do it magically because.
I'll do it physically.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
All right, let me try to break that chain.
All right. So, standing on the altar,
Yeah,
due to your increased height, you can definitely reach up.
and touch the ceiling. I'm sure at this point.
No, but you
Rats.
can reach the chain that she's currently dangling from.
Are you 16 feet now, Theory?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm almost 8, so it's close, guys. It's close.
Close.
And how do you plan on breaking this chain?
My goal is to just grab it with my hands and try to like yank it so that it busts. Because it's not really like. Didn't you say it was rusty?
They do have some rust on them, yes.
So I'm hoping that the integrity just isn't that great anymore, and I can just yank on it and it bust open.
Okay. Just an athletics check then.
Okay. Oh, that's our power flicking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it dormant over
No, it's not actually.
Yeah, it stopped storming, but our power is flickering, so that's cool, guys.
You give that a good yank, and not much happens other than you start Morgan flailing to and fro on the chain. But it's pretty sturdy.
Okay, okay. Can I
So
try to swing at it? Or, yeah, you want to do something different?
So, I don't know if this will work very well, but can I use Chill Touch, because it's a necrotic damage, to try to either, because it's kind of, because it's not really like freezing damage, but I was thinking of making it more brittle, or because of the necrotic it would help weaken it more. I don't know if that'll break it necessarily, but may make it easier to snap off.
Yeah. Give that a shot.
Okay.
Gonna be bad. Oh, okay, no. It still could be bad.
So as that, let's see, is Chill Touch Chill Touch is ranged, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Well, yeah, it kind of has to be, I suppose, unless someone's
Yeah.
lifting you up there.
yeah.
Um,
I can Chill
yeah.
Touch basically anything within this room.
Yeah. It definitely as that energy kind of latches on to some of the links of the chain and kind of frost over. You don't really see anything that's happened. It definitely hit it. Definitely chilled it.
Theria should try pulling now.
Yeah, you want me to try to hit it now with a weapon?
Either that or try pulling again, because I mean, if the energy is, if it has
Still
done
there.
anything, I figured that it might have. That's your best bet.
Okay, I'm gonna try... I have a hand axe, so I think I'm gonna try...
Oh god, I'm with a hand.
Well, my thought is... I'm reaching above where you're stuck, right?
Yeah. So the chain is coming down from the ceiling.
Yes.
Her wrist is now in a manacle that snapped shut around her wrist, and she is dangling, straining her shoulder, I'm sure, and she's just dangling, say, 5 or 6 inches above
Okay.
the altar.
Alright. I'm actually gonna swing my maul, but not like with all of my force,
Oh my god.
because I don't want to like hurt her. Cool.
Gonna swing.
Are we good with that? Yes, no.
Whatever.
Oh, go for it.
Okay.
The panic on my face when you pull out your maul.
All right. So you take a mighty swing with that maul. It hits the chain and just kind of, well, picture hitting a taut chain with weight on it with anything. And it just kind of takes off wildly. Morgan is tossed upwards in the air by the force of it and comes jerking back down and takes 1 damage as her shoulder tries to pop out of its socket.
Oh.
Anybody?
Did it actually do it?
And now she is just swinging wildly on the chain.
So she's still attached to the chain.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I work on doing a little bit of the climbing now to at least like not be dangling by my wrist and have some muscular control over the situation?
How do you feel about just losing an arm?
Yeah, just roll acrobatics.
What
Yeah,
the
that's
else today?
So,
Gotta change
yeah.
your color.
that's
I changed
basically
already.
what's happening.
Oh man.
What color do I need? Someone pick a color because clearly my choices are bad.
Maybe
Give
you
me
just need to be super neutral and have white dice.
white dice. That's
Yeah, let's just try it white.
okay. We're gonna try that.
So wait, the manacle that's around her, how is it locked? As I yell.
Magically.
really just depends on how much time. Oof.
I mean,
Well,
does it look like it's locked, like, where
With
a
the
key
key?
could fit in it?
Well, right now it's hard to see because it's moving around so much. With Morgan still dangling from it, as the wild swinging of the chain combined with her aching shoulder make it very hard to climb anything.
Okay, so I have a question. Can I stand on the altar and kind of like
Grab it.
hold her in place where she's not swinging around so much so that we can see how she's attached to this thing a little bit better?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Ready, that guy.
All right, so I'm doing that. I'm standing on the altar. She's not swinging anymore. How is she attached? What do I see? Do I see
So
anything?
the manacle does not look like it has any keyhole or anything like that.
Hmm.
I yell across. Is there any type of breaking point?
Do I sense any
Clearly
breaking
not.
points? Can I tell if there's any weaknesses now that I'm a little bit closer?
Nothing that you can see.
Can I ask, hey Morgan, can I just cut your hand off?
No!
Please.
No!
She said.
Is there? You mentioned that there were like images of ghouls on this altar. Is there any language, like decipherable language that I can identify that's a language, even if I can't necessarily read it?
There does not appear to be any words or lettering of any kind.
Mm-mm.
I mean, we could
What
try
are
to
we
kill
missing,
her,
guys?
Can I
bring her back, and
my-
bring her back.
How do we bring her back though? Like,
Can I wrangle out my dagger hanging out like that?
Ooh, she's gonna saw. She's gonna saw this.
offered.
How tight are the manacles around her?
I'm not gonna saw. I'm too pretty to die that way. But
Oh,
Yeah, you
God.
can reach your dagger with your free hand easily.
Could we lube up the thing, try to break her hand, and just have her squeeze?
Okay,
through it?
guys. Hmm.
Amanda,
What
we
if
could
we
use
let
the
blood-
dagger.
I'm gonna ask the group. What if we let blood? I want to slice my hand, my
I'm
palm.
fine
Yeah.
with that.
No, I'm good
Yeah.
with that.
The
I
good
mean, I
news
was
is-
just gonna recommend to leave you here and we move on.
The good news is there's already a little blood running down your arm from where the manacle is eating, kind of biting into your wrist/hand as you've been jerked around wildly several times.
Cool.
I don't know if that's good news, but
Can I do a little slice and see if I can drip a little onto the altar? See where that gets me.
sure. You can absolutely stab yourself.
Slice wrist, not stab.
Gentle poke.
Yeah, a gentle poke.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
I will, like, supernatural, cut the palm, drip a little, whimper in pain.
It hits the altar, right?
Yes.
You're like putting your hand over the altar so that it
Yes.
drips over. Okay.
Like
So-
just about every supernatural TV show where you let blood first.
Exactly.
Which hand are you cutting?
Oh yeah, I don't know how you're doing this very easily, I guess. Huh.
She dangles.
Why don't I cut your hand? Why don't you give me your
Yeah.
dagger and I cut your hand?
I'll hand knife and say just the palm, just the palm. Hell. And I'll let her have
I
that.
feel like the gift that was
If I
just
would have
sent
given
us
it
really,
to Amber.
really accurate right now.
Before this happens, how far is like Amanda's or not Amanda's, but Morgan's feet from the altar? Like, what's the distance there? Like, how much is she
6
dangling?
inches.
Yeah, like 6 or
6
7
inches. Okay,
She's
can
not
I
that
like
far
get under her and prop her up a little bit to give her a little bit of stability?
Oh, I'm
I don't know,
holding
like
her still.
You're
Yeah.
holding her still? Okay.
Yeah,
holding her now.
yeah.
I hate for her to be dangling, to be like, if I could like prop her on a shoulder or something so she's not dangling so much.
I got her. I got her
Can
stabilized.
I get on Theria's shoulders like a piggyback ride and then
Yes, that's exactly how I'm
Okay.
stabilizing you.
if I'm on her shoulders, I would imagine I can get to my other hand then to just slice my
True.
arm off.
Okay. I see how this is happening. You don't want me to cut you. I got it.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't.
So my question stands: which hand are you cutting?
The manacled or unmanacled?
The one in the manacle.
Okay.
Oh god. Anyone feel like that was a bad decision? I mean,
You
it's
know,
happening.
So you're doing that. You do so. You take a little cut on the old palm, which will probably take quite a while to heal since it's on your palm. That moves around a lot, despite what Supernatural tells you. And the blood just slowly runs down, kind of on the manacle, and down your arm, and then into your clothes, as gravity would dictate.
Oh, that's why. So you're gonna cut the other hand now?
Or just scoop up
So
some
that
of the
you
blood
can-
and flick it down onto the altar.
True.
Yes.
Okay, that's smarter, I guess.
Yeah, that's that 18 intelligence right there. Kick it in.
I don't have a lot of that.
It's okay.
I have 6.
So as you splash a little blood onto the altar, there's blood on the altar. It's fresher than the old blood.
Delicious.
That's it.
John, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh man.
I thought I muted myself. So I have a plan, a really, really stupid plan.
No.
Yes, I love it.
Denied.
Let's hear it.
It's not a plan to save her yet. That one I have yet to figure that one out, or even
Yet.
some type of mechanical way I can't figure that one out. So I still feel like that orb has to do with something, just for the shoots and giggles. But because I feel like the orb that's upstairs, down here, but I just don't know how to get it down here without having 3 gooey things coming after me.
Oh, the one with where the ritual is.
Yeah,
So we would have to run up there and then try to run back down.
in a sense, correct.
Have
Or
we found...
if
Hang
we
on.
line them up just right, to where if one grabs it, there's a little run, somebody tosses it, toss, in a sense.
Have we
We
found
did.
anything else that's alive down here? Because all the screaming people around us want something to die. So have we found anything alive that is still alive that we could sacrifice on the altar and see what happens?
Other than us? No. Not that I remember.
I don't even think there's any rats around here.
Oh, spiders. I don't think they count, though.
I mean, the only other
Yeah.
option that I can think of is I can use my spores and basically animate something that's kind of dead-ish, I guess, and maybe we sacrifice that. It's technically not alive, but I don't know, maybe these spirits don't know that, or whatever they are don't know that, so...
Can you guys move forward? Can beyond this room?
What do you mean, be...
Like, what's past the, like,
What-
twigs and crap where...
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
the
think there's anything.
the pile of crap over in the bottom. Is that what
Oh,
you're talking
no.
about?
Yeah.
No, there was nothing. As
I
far
think
as
we're
know.
getting some
Really.
hints, guys. I think we have to chop her hand off.
And then
I
blacken
mean,
the
she's gonna
face.
bleed out, so should we just sacrifice her? I mean, none of us can heal her. None of us have any kind of medical background
Yes,
if
I
we chop
do.
her hand off.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Enough to
I
save
don't
her?
I don't.
There's no
I
way.
don't think I can. I don't think I can save a hand, but I could probably make it where she doesn't die from losing a hand.
No. I'm gonna get my knife out for the record.
Well, that's fine. I mean, if we really wanted to kill you, we could all just step back and hit you from afar.
I mean, I could just kill you right now.
Probably
Technically.
too. Yeah.
I got an idea.
All right, let's hear it.
Granted, it's not technically cutting her hand off. It's going to still be as much painful as that. But, so, once again, I don't know how tight the coupling is around your wrist. If you, you could say break said hand to where it gets a little bit smaller, you could slip it just like if it was a handcuff or so. Or B, you could just take a nice little jump from the platform and just yank down and see what happens.
Oh yeah, I could
Glove.
yank her down.
Just deglove her.
Like I said, I don't know how tight. I don't know how tight around the coupling is.
It is pretty skin tight.
Oh,
I have
So I
a
don't
question.
think breaking the hand's gonna work either.
If we were, for instance, to cut off her hand, could I, in theory, DM, use Firebolt to cauterize the wound?
I think you could just
Yeah,
use a torch
mean-
to do that.
Because as long as we
Torch.
cauterize it, she won't die of blood loss.
we do have.
I like that you went straight to Firebolt though, and not like a torch.
Just stab me.
Well, but I don't know if a torch.
I will
do
stab
it fast
you.
enough. Or I guess we could superheat like a sword and then just
Yeah.
to stop the bleeding. Think about it as
mean-
part of your character arc, Morgan.
Oh,
Okay, what other items have we picked up here? Something here has to. I mean,
Well, we've only picked up. I poked the eyeball, and Shava picked one thing up and it did nothing.
Yeah.
the Cults of Isibis or whatever book that I had that also had like other stuff in it. Did I see anything in there while I was, proving that the crap to the north was bullshit? That might be related to this magic here.
Yeah, maybe, sort of. I mean, it's you remember reading something about bathing the altar in blood and appeasing the ancient of the land with a living soul.
Living soul.
Only one of the manacles have Morgan tied up, right?
Correct. The other one's just hanging out, watching,
Okay,
Wait,
I have an
waiting.
idea.
waiting.
Oh, this sounds terrible.
Could we, in theory, get someone else, and I'm volunteering, to be in the other manacle, cut our free hands, join our free hands, and then bleed out, not bleed out entirely, but bleed on the altar together? If we're doing it with our free hands, then there shouldn't be as many problems about dropping blood on an altar and gravity,
Just to be clear, there's blood on the altar.
but nothing happened. We're gonna have to cut her throat. Oh my god.
We're gonna have to sacrifice someone. Who wants to die?
Just stab me. Just stab me.
No. I will take one for the team because I died. I went down quite a few times, and I have some ideas ready to go for my next character.
So, but here's the thing: is I don't know if Morgan's gonna be able to be any help right now. I don't know if that's gonna free her.
Oh shit.
I mean, I think at the worst that's going to happen is we're about to summon basically Cthulhu himself.
You guys know I can make characters at the drop of a hat. I'm happy with Morgan, but I'll be happy with someone. Morgan doesn't want to die, but
Where, like, what are we missing? Are we missing something else in this room?
someone needs to be walking the perimeter.
Well, we've had a gnome chilling on the perimeter the entire time.
Yeah.
That is true. As I've been just watching you guys fiddle around, trying to think.
No help.
Nope, no. I'll
Check
start walk.
the room, people.
I start
Still
moving around the
holding
room,
you,
checking out
so-
everything.
You can stay, Fury.
Can I, like, can I pull the chain down a little bit to, like, let her at least stand on the altar? So that she's not dangling?
No.
Is that possible?
No.
Okay.
That
Alright,
is
well.
as long as the chain
No.
gets.
Okay,
It's
I
a
tried.
whole lot of nopes. Alright, fine, let's do this. I got a plan. We're gonna do this.
We haven't checked the water.
It's
Okay.
fine. I'm climbing up on the altar, and I'm gonna take her knife from her, and I'm gonna stab myself. Look, either my
Is this
cloak of
really
protection.
the best
Look,
idea?
look, either my cloak of protection will help and save me from this, or my spores will help and save me for this, or I roll a new character.
Oh, Piop.
Let's do it.
Oh no. Oh no.
So you're just gonna stab yourself with, what is that, a dagger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a dagger.
I mean, if you want to die, I could kill you. I'm sure you might have some poisonous mushrooms, maybe.
Or I could probably just have my own spores explode me from the inside. Actually,
True.
you know what? That sounds more entertaining. I'm gonna fucking become a goddamn mushroom cloud. A literal mushroom.
Okay.
Wait.
Can I-
Don't
wait.
do that though, because blood's the whole thing. You have to bathe it in blood.
Uh-huh.
The altar in blood, and if you do that,
Wait,
there's no blood.
How do you think spores would explode a fleshy creature from the inside?
You don't want to explode yourself, Brian.
There'd be blood everywhere. There's gonna be blood and guts and stuff. It's gonna be delicious.
No, but that's like permanent and terror. That's why I said just stab me.
That's fine. I stabbed myself. Let's do this.
Wait, but I have an ability that if I die,
I don't wait on any
I
of their
can come
stuff,
back.
Mike. Mike, just go for it.
All right, roll a 1d4.
All right.
All right, you take 4 damage as you stab yourself. Where did you stab yourself?
Stomach.
All right, yeah, that hurts.
It's a long.
Yeah.
That hurts
long-
quite a lot.
Oh, thank you. I was gonna drag over the number.
Please tell me that Cramp is, like, screaming in, like, sadness right now.
His brother.
Yeah.
Like you
I just
fucking
yelled,
idiot.
dipshit.
That sounds that sounds
Perfect.
about right.
Perfect.
Yeah, as no one really has in this group has any medical training, but being a band of adventurers, you do know that gut wounds do generally take a long time to die from, and Piop is either in for a really bad several hours up there, or, you know, maybe 15, 20 minutes. Who knows? Depending on what he hit.
Wait, the altar has to be covered in blood, correct?
Yeah.
We all just donate a little bit of blood.
Not just drenched, just covered. Because we can just take his blood, smear it all over the altar, and see what happens.
So let's
Or
just
covered.
paint it on the altar.
Start painting it. Break out the paintbrushes.
Why not?
I like it.
It's slowly dying anyway, so why not just start using them as a paint palette?
Oh god.
I
So I
assume I'm still kind of just attached and hanging.
Yeah.
So I come over and paint Brian onto the altar.
Alright, I have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Make sure if you draw any trees that they have, you know, friends of more trees, you know.
I want to apologize to the group.
For touching the things you're not supposed to touch.
It happens.
We tried chill touch on that
Yep.
that chain before, right?
Yep.
In my defense, one of the first rules Mike ever taught me as my DM was do things.
Okay, can I try Ray of Frost kind of at the same like weak point that everyone has tried to attack so far in the chain, holding Morgan up?
That's a cantrip, so you don't even have to burn a slot. How nice.
Nope.
Did covering the altar in blood do nothing?
It made it gross. Just roll a standard old. Let's see. So you can just drag the attack dice into the chat box for that.
For Ray of Frost?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a crackling, icy cold ray of energy shoots out from your hand, hits the chain dead on where the last bit of ice hit it, and with a snapping sound, the chain breaks,
Oh my god, yes!
and Morgan collapses into Theria's arms.
I'm gonna vomit. Let's just go for it. Between the pain and the spinning and him bleeding out.
Okay.
I was gonna say, hang on, wait a second. What are you talking about? You have pain.
Hey Brian, do you have potion of healing?
Whoa.
I do. I do.
I got two. That's why I was asking.
Potato chips.
Yeah, I
Mike,
don't
did
have
you
any,
just do
so.
something?
Yeah, just ignore that.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh my god, what just happened?
Just accidentally gave you a second false life.
Oh,
Fine.
okay. I was like, wait.
I had to get a snack too. Sorry, guys.
No, yeah.
She's free.
Yeah.
You're
How
holding.
did she get free?
You're holding a vomiting, bleeding human.
I shot Ray
human
of
who-
Frost where y'all had been attacking the chains, and so now she's down.
Cool. How's Piop looking?
We're getting him a potion of healing, hopefully.
I don't know if I need to be the one to roll that or if somebody else needs to roll it. Or
Only got 4 damage, you know.
I mean, you're
Do you
correct.
have? Yeah.
The only other thing I can do is I could cast Good Berry to heal, but it'll use my last spell slot.
With your various adventuring backgrounds and probably a quick discussion, um, you you reason that you could probably just stop the bleeding and he would probably be fine because, you know, that's how wounds work.
I don't know about a dagger to the stomach working that way, but I'm cool with that.
The DM is telling us what to do, Brian. Shut up. Can we stop the bleeding, sir?
Someone will just have to make a medicine check.
Let's see. What do I have in that?
I have +2.
I got +1.
Not me.
What do you have, Amber?
+1.
Passion
Okay, I guess
myself
it's
out.
me. Can I rally to help him since he was willing to sacrifice himself for me?
Sounds like a great plan.
Okay. Jesus! Fucking
You-
rolls!
You wrap some band-aids around him.
Do we have any? We need anything?
It's
Oh,
fine, and he looks fine.
yeah.
Do I need to
probably.
treat him again?
He is covered with entirely too many bandages, but you're pretty sure you got it. Pretty sure you covered the stab wound as well.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Are we your favorite adventuring party
Bandages.
ever?
Okay.
There's bandages on his arms, foot.
Fuck this place. Whichever one of you people has fireball, if you don't fireball this altar into dust.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't.
So the chanting is still continuing.
Has
obviously.
anyone, like, actually fully explored these ledges or even the water?
Crampers was on the east side, and Piap was on the west.
And I went and I looked at the slop.
Can I check the water? Like, is
I mean,
there...
you and I walked through the water to get to the altar.
Yeah, but I wasn't actually investigating the water. Is there anything in the water? Anything to do?
Well, there's a 40 by 40 square foot room full of water, so that's a little vague. What are you other people doing, movement-wise?
Well,
I'm holding up my
Well-
middle fingers as I walk away from here.
I'm
Oh, look, our
guessing
bread
our
is
last
back.
thing is the orb. I don't really know what else. I don't know. I'm at a loss.
I start to scour the water.
All right, and Shava. You
I'm
only
just
checked-
gonna-
okay, let's see.
I'm gonna stay there. I'm not moving. I'm just gonna stay there, and I'll just keep an eye on everyone. But I'm gonna kind of be looking at the altar, just contemplating life, I suppose.
So as soon as Morgan leaves
Fuck.
the stone steps, the chanting suddenly changes to screaming, and the screaming is to the tune of "Lorgath the Decayer, we awaken thee! She shall not leave!"
Oh,
There it is.
And then, if you'd like to
Roll initiative.
roll initiative, as the mound of trash in the south comes
there
down.
we go.
That wasn't good.
Ugh.
Haha.
All right.
Well then,
Well, at least it rolled terribly and goes last.
combat tracker. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Whew.
All right. Well, what kind of damagey stuff can I do to him for pissing me the fuck off. Is this multiple things?
Borgle garble.
I love it.
I like it.
Yeah. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Screw it. I'm going to use my last spell slot. And I'm going to use Ice Knife on him because he should be in range. Oh yeah, he is well within range. Fantastic.
Nice knife.
Oh, suppose I just do this. Okay. Bonk.
Let's see. He makes his save.
Alright, that's fine because then next it does. Is anybody else within 5 feet? Nope, perfect. So it needs to then pass a dexterity save.
That was Ice Knife, correct?
Yeah. Because I do a ranged spell attack on it. If it hits, it takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes, and the target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity save or take 2d6 cold damage.
All right, it's saved on. It does the save automatically.
Hmm.
But you can go ahead and roll the damage for the hit.
So it took the range damage hit then?
Yes, so the 1d10.
Okay.
There's a hit, and then in the background it automatically rolls.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure how it was rolling the stuff, but okay, there you go.
Sorry, I was finishing chewing my chips.
No, please do.
Alright, so.
So you would know this, by the way, in your adventuring career as a shambler or shambling mound, usually found in swamps or marshes, rainforest. Just kind of trudges around consuming anything organic in its path.
Hey, they want something to die
Interesting.
so badly. Why don't we get this thing to come towards us and then kill it on the altar for them?
Okay, is that what we want to do?
I don't know. Or maybe we don't want to make them happy since they're assholes.
Are we sure it's gonna move?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's going to move. So I have an idea.
It's either that or its ranged attacks are probably going to hurt a lot.
True. So, do I want to try to throw a javelin at him, or do I want to get up in its face? That's the real question. If I get up in his face, it's not going to move.
I don't care.
Yeah,
either
but
way.
it also consumes what it gets close to, so range might be our best option.
Okay. So I'm going to pull out one of my javelins and throw it at him.
Yeah, huck that javelin. That is a
Damn.
hit.
Cool.
And javelin sinks into its gross mass, doing 9 damage.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, it's my turn already. Dang. Oh, that's got to be a miss.
All right, let's see. What was that? Ray of sickness?
Mm-hmm.
That is a hit.
Oh. Hold on. Okay. Damage. And will it automatically make a Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. Do I
That
need to?
That happened in the
Okay.
background, so nothing.
Okay.
Nothing Nate's doing with that.
Okay. Perfect. And then on a failed save, it's poisoned until the end of the next turn. Did it succeed on its saving throw?
You cannot tell.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. And then I'm gonna back the hell up.
Smart.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay, I do got a question. So I have Hail of Thorns spell, right? Which is next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before a spell ends, this spell creates a rain of thorns that's brought from the ranged weapon, so on and so forth. Now, if I cast the spell, that's my action, so I'd have to wait until
It is
next turn.
so. It is not, because if you look at the casting time on it, it's a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
So you can cast that, and then you have a regular action.
Okay. Do I still have movement as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
The bonus action is like the one free action, basically, kind of like a minor.
Gotcha. So, because I want to technically move here to get up. I want to be able to get up on the ledge. I cast Hail of Thorns and I shoot him with my crossbow.
All right. So let's see. Yeah.
Okay, so I would have to. That's not.
That is a strong miss. The good news is that spell lasts for up to a minute, or until it actually procs. And since each combat round is like 10 seconds.
I got a couple times.
Yeah, you got time.
And then that would be my turn.
All right. Because fuck my life. Well, let's go ahead. Clear. Yeah. And
That is a miss.
of course it's a mess. That's my day. How far can I move? Since I'm not engaged, it's not limited to the half my distance, right?
Yeah, got a full movement of 30.
Okay, we're just gonna. I'm happy with that distance.
Oh no! Fuck.
I don't like this.
I don't like it
Alright.
either.
Hold. He needs to take a Halo of Spores.
Alright, let's see.
When a creature moves its goes within 10 feet of me, I could use a reaction to deal 1d4 unless it succeeds on a Constitution saving throw against my spell save DC.
And that is, yours is 13? No, a lot higher than that.
I don't remember.
Proficiency. Yeah. Well, he rolled a 20, so he's...
Oh, well, yeah,
he's
he
safe.
probably defends against it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, instead then, he will... Let's You know what? No, we're gonna do something kind of crazy. We're gonna do symbiotic entity. I'm going to spawn a mushroom critter using one of my wild shape charges to create a critter that'll fight with me, or fight for me, I guess. And then it also
16 is your DC spell
Nice.
save DC, by the way.
16. Okay.
Yeah, it's 8 plus proficiency bonus plus ability modifier.
Ah. I remember that I did the math on it last time, but
Or, I'm sorry, 14, not 16. So it's 8 plus 2 plus 4.
okay. Good. So I gain 4 temporary hit points. My Halo of Spore damage basically just becomes 2 times. And then if I do get into melee combat, I do extra damage. And then I don't know what my critter should look like, though. Who has any suggestions?
What speaks to you? It's your character. You wouldn't yell out for it.
No, that's the
I'm
problem.
assuming it's a Goomba from Mario Brothers.
Yeah, that's what
You
I'm
know what?
imagining, I'll be honest.
I kind of like
Or
that.
Toad.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like the Goomba. We're gonna go with the Goomba. So I have a Spore Goomba boy. I don't know. Do we want to make like an extra little token for that, or because it's its
Yeah.
own critter?
Oh yeah. Look at us
But
copying each other.
Well, yeah, good taste is what we have there.
And I guess it would probably do its actions right. Is it after my move or before my move?
Man, it's your mushroom.
I don't know, because it's its own creature, so I don't actually know how followers work. Well, I'll just say then I guess that it'll, because that's all of my move anyways, so I guess it would probably just go next then. So it's just gonna move up here.
He is a very large Goomba.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And then I guess the Goomba is gonna. I don't really know how Goombas attack. I guess it's gonna
This
headbutt him.
is a symbiotic entity, correct?
Yeah. Shh.
Okay. Really, it doesn't do its own thing. Later levels, perhaps, but at this point, when you deal your Hail of Spores damage, you roll the die a second time and add it to the total, and your melee weapon attacks get a buff. And you also gain 4 temporary hit points for each level you have in this class.
Yes.
So you get 8 temp hit points, which is added
Oh,
in.
see, I thought he also acted as a critter though.
He does not appear to. Unless the symbiotic entity entry into the class features is wildly inaccurate. Instead of transforming into a beast form with your wild shape, you expend a use of wild shape and gain hit
I guess
points
I guess he just
while
kind of just hangs around. That's fine. Extra health is always good.
Well, he's gonna get eaten.
So he doesn't even
Absorb.
really exist.
He doesn't even
on
have-
the map. He's just part of Brian.
Yeah.
Oh,
He just hangs
cute.
around with
Okay.
me. Oh no. The world
Yeah,
disappeared. Oh, there it is.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that I probably shouldn't engage, so I'm gonna throw another javelin.
No, go touch it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea.
We are.
I mean, he's wounded, so maybe if I go into rage, and
Let's hit him a couple long. Keep backing up, hit him a couple long, then we go melee.
say that again. What? Huh?
So we kind of keep hitting him with range weapons.
Yeah.
'Cause if you hit him with range, we all kind of slowly back up. Because
Yeah.
we still got a good couple of feet before he kind of hurls around. We can knock him down a little bit just in case. We don't know how many hit points he actually has or how active.
Exactly.
He be just wounded
Alright.
by one.
All right, so I'm gonna throw another javelin then. Well, I think that hit.
Ow.
Well,
Ooh, and a good throw.
yeah, that
Very
worked
nice.
out very well. And I'm gonna scooch back. I think it's safe to be back.
Probably a good idea to keep kiting it, to be honest.
Oh wait, I gotta hit the button. Sorry, that's my bad. He's still wounded though. He took 14 damage, and it's just wounded.
He's fine.
Hey, we get to do Chaos Bolt. How fun. Okay. So that is a hit. So roll a d8. Correction, sorry. Let's see. On a hit target 2d8 plus 1d6. So you rolled d20. All right. On one of your d8s, either the 5 or 2, you can pick. So that would either be lightning damage or cold damage.
Let's do cold damage.
Alrighty then. Done.
Okay, cool. And then move over there.
You do notice as you do that cold damage to him that it kind of frosts onto his weird, gluey, gelatinous garbage form, and then the ice just kind of slides off of him.
Okay, that's fine. The other one I think would have put us more at risk. Oh, that's the end of my turn.
Let's see.
And there's that.
So I'm going to once again attack him with my crossbow.
That is a hit. So roll damage.
That would be that one.
And then an extra d10 as Hail of Thorn activates. Thorns sprout from the end of that crossbow bolt.
There we go.
Fantastic. And he is going to make a saving throw to see if he takes that full 6 or just partial. And he takes the full 6.
Sweet.
Not the most dexterous of fellows, this large, shambling mound of garbage.
I'm just going back into the corner.
I know that shocks you guys.
Ryan did not move on the end of his turn.
Nope.
Staring it down.
Staring it down. Jeez. Okay. He's only wounded, right? Okay, I'm gonna do this.
All right. What is that? Fairy fire?
Yes.
So, as you cast that at him, and he briefly lights up, kind of outlined in brilliant fire, and then it just kind of sucks itself into the rest of the
Oh.
gross gelatinous nonsense.
That's scary.
Cool.
Well then. I'm I've done my part. Gonna boop. Gonna back that ass up.
Grar.
Gar?
Oh, can we talk to it?
Please do.
Can we talk to it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, next turn button.
He needs to do a Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
That was great.
Yep.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh well, this is cool, guys. Oh, he's trying to leave.
Or following me.
That is a failed saving throw.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I would assume he's following
Boop.
Morgan.
Yeah.
He might not be. You never know.
That's why I'm kiting.
I don't think he can fit through the door.
Yeah, I don't. Well, maybe he's like a gelatinous thing.
He's a blob.
Oh, he just called you rude.
You know, he hasn't tried to attack us yet at all.
No, he hasn't. So I wonder if we just follow him.
Well, if he leaves, then we'll know. But
He's following me. They said she shall not leave.
I know.
Oh, you know what?
There
That
is
is
no-
also true.
Yep.
Shambles
shambles
menacingly.
menacingly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because that won't really do anything. Alright, well, we're going to try... Yeah. Going to try to infest him.
He is infested.
Fantastical. So he takes this first. Boop. And then roll a d4. This decides which direction he moves. 2. He moves south 5 feet. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's a cool. Was that a spell or a cantrip?
Cantrip.
That's
Oh, that's cool.
Infestation.
swarm of tiny mites and bugs and fungus
Delicious
Erupt.
things.
erupt from all around Piop, swarm the mass, and then I'll just kind of get underneath him like 1,000 ants and carry him 5 feet south.
It's a great visual. Thank you, Mike.
Well. So. I only have 2 more javelins, so do I really want to, like, just keep throwing javelins at him, or do I just want to...
I think you're close enough now if you want to attack him.
Well, I'm still 10 feet, so I don't really know. I don't think I'm close enough yet.
Mm.
You're 8 feet.
Huh?
You're 8 feet tall total.
I know.
Just
That's-
leave.
If you step
DM,
forward,
I'm not,
it'll
like-
definitely-
I'm technically not close enough to swing my maul. Right, okay.
Correct.
But I can't move, hit, and then move back, right?
Technically, no.
Okay. I mean, I guess if I came around the corner and if he's still... Like, if he's actually headed towards Morgan... Oh my god. Oh. I mean, I feel like we should maybe just talk to the mound at this point. Oh lord.
That sounds great. Yeah, please try to communicate with a blob of random stuff.
Oh my god. Okay, so... I wonder. I wonder if it's gonna keep targeting Morgan. Like, I don't know if I get up in its face if it's gonna be like, I'm gonna come after you now.
You could get behind him or something, maybe, and
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, if I come over here.
You could probably jump down too into the water.
Yeah, that's better. That's 5 foot. I could swing them all now, right?
Definitely.
All right. I don't think that this is gonna be great, guys. But you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and go into rage.
Rage!
Might as well.
Rage
Okay,
against
so
the
how do
dynamo.
I make this work exactly with it being one of the things on my actions?
So I believe you should just be able to. Let's see. Weep.
Okay, you just did it for me, huh?
I was checking to see if it worked. Did it work? Hold on. Yeep. I think so. I think it worked. We'll see.
Oh, I
Roll with
just
what-
linked.
Oh,
I just put rage in there. I don't know what I'm doing here. So here's.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I have to
go with
click.
Yeah,
There,
go
I
with
just
the-
figured it
there
out.
you
I
go.
have to click effect.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
You are now raging.
Okay. So I've come behind him, the slow moving blob, and I'm going to swing my maul. It's automatically gonna know to do advantage.
So it's not advantage.
Okay.
Your reckless attack gets you advantage on attack.
Oh.
Rage gets you the extra damage.
Okay. Cool. All right.
There's a hit.
Cool. I don't have to click any extra dice, right? It should do it
Nope,
for
you
me.
just gotta drag the damage dice per normal, or click. Blammo.
Dang. Dang.
Good lord.
Oof. Tell me what has happened with this. Does anything happen to this blob?
I mean, it's your maul.
I mean, I swung it, I hit him, I did a bunch of damage. What's happening to the blob
Very
now?
descriptive.
Okay.
You swing your hammer at him, and he, I mean, the hammer just kind of blorps into him, but you feel it hit some resistance down in there as well.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks. All right. Still just wounded. Guys, if he comes back at me, I'm probably gonna die. If he just absorbs me, oh well.
It's
It
fine.
was worth it. It was worth it.
Firebolt! That's a hit. It's a verifiable hit.
Is that your favorite spell?
No.
I mean, it's a cantrip, so it doesn't cost me anything.
Well, he now has tiny pieces of fire all over him. Various sticks and
Yes.
branches that were sticking out of him are on fire now. Don't forget. Let's see. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I wasn't sure if if because he's on fire, if we'll have to roll damage later, but it doesn't say anything about that.
I'm going to just continue with another crossbow.
Oh, that's a hit, is what that is. A thwack. Now has a crossbow bolt sticking out of him, which is also on fire now.
And the Hail of Thorns can only happen once. It doesn't last for the full 10 or 1 minute I have it, right?
Correct. So since it procced Since it procced, it is done because it's on the next hit after you cast it.
Got it. Then I'm just going to skedaddle down a little bit and call her a turn.
Oh, I've lost my combat tracker. Dear Jesus. Oh, there it is. That is a hit.
Yay!
And what does your Eldritch Blast look like anyway?
What does my Eldritch Blast look like? I see my Eldritch Blast probably being kind of like foresty green and like very, very, very magic vibes, little bits of sparkle and woodland odds and ends, just all made out of forest green energy.
Well, he is hit with that. And even though it is forest green, and he is also forest green, he does not like it. And is heavily wounded.
And then we're gonna move. Who'd have figured? And then we're gonna boop.
Halo of Spores.
Yep, and actually, Theria, you get an attack of opportunity as
Oh,
he
yay.
gets away from you. So that is just a standard basic attack.
Ooh, he's heavily.
How do I do that? How is just a standard basic attack?
Just your regular weapon attack, as per normal.
I know.
We lost somebody.
Who died?
We're
was-
all here.
I was just
well,
changing. 'cause my
Yeah, it's
wireless
just
headset's dying.
it is a regular. He made his Constitution throw. So it's just a regular attack, just like you would attack him normally.
Okay, I'm still enraged, so I think that's
Yeah.
where we're... Okay.
You're still raged, so you just.
So I can just hit him with my maul.
Yeah, it'll automatically calculate everything.
Okay. Well, that wasn't great.
Swing and miss.
Okay.
Kind of just hit some trailing gel. Doesn't
Cool.
seem to care. And that is his turn.
He definitely seems.
All right,
to
well,
be
we
chasing
definitely
her.
know that
Yeah.
he is tracking her.
Mm-hmm.
We can confirm that now.
Mm-hmm.
I've probably seen it as such. Guys are following me.
So let's see. I'm gonna try a regular old attack with my scimitar. I guess that missed.
That is a swing and a miss. Just
Yep.
nothing but air.
Yep, that checks out. Well,
Alright, since I know he's not following me, I am gonna come up at him again. This time I'm running towards him, my maul out, and as I get in his radius, I am just going to swing it. And that was awful.
Oh no.
I tripped. I fell. It wasn't pretty.
In fact, not only so as you trip and fall, you let loose of your maul, and it goes spinning towards him, and with a very unsettling blorp, it just disappears into him.
Oh. Oh no! Okay, that's sad. What do I need to do on my character sheet? Do I need to delete my maul?
For now, just remember that you don't have.
Okay, so maybe when he dies, I'll sift it out of goo. So I'm hoping.
You took 1 damage from it, as it blorped in.
Okay, cool. That's cute.
There's a
Hi.
hit with Ray of Frost. A hit.
Trying.
Once again, as the ray hits him, it kind of crystallizes as ice and then just falls off.
But his speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
That is true.
Well then.
Oh God! Stop that gif. It's so gross.
I'm gonna throw an axe at him because I have the endless supply of axes at the moment. Right? Yeah, from last time. Where it reverts back.
And let's see. So that was the 5. Let's make sure that. Hold on. I just want to make sure that your +2 for ranged weapons is built in. Okay, it is. That's still a miss.
Awesome. And I'm just gonna trail back just a tad bit more.
Sorry?
And call it a day.
Hit me.
That is a hit.
And just continuing to kite my life. And also not forgetting to give the shambling masses mount.
Spores.
He fails.
Ooh, good. Because with my stuff on, he gets an extra. So 1d4, I think.
I think it might be just a. Is it a straight 4? Or is it?
Here it is. Hail spores.
Oh, roll
the die a
damage
second time. Yeah, so effectively it's just 2. So we'll just do it that way. Boop. Boop.
He is going to florp off of the thing there.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, in theory, you will get another opportunity attack, or attack of opportunity.
I'm gonna guess that doesn't hit.
That does not hit. That is a miss.
Okay.
And that is all he is doing.
Good. So we're just gonna
You lost your lucky maul. Now you're
swing at him.
jinxed. That is a hit.
Fantastic. So he'll take that first. If it will actually roll in the thing, that would be nice. And then he takes 1d6 necrotic damage on top of it. Which I did.
Yeah, you didn't actually.
Yeah.
I'll just add it on to him.
Okie dokies.
It's not looking great.
Good.
And with your keen adventuring eyes, the party looks at this shambling mount and says, "That guy is not looking great. He looks rough."
With our keen adventuring eyes.
That is a hit. The old great sword. Oof. It's looking real bad.
Has it been a minute at this point? I think it probably has, so that's probably the last time my rage is done.
No, it's been approximately 30 seconds.
Okay, cool.
I think that's a miss, isn't it?
That will be a miss. What does the old firebolt look like anyway? I don't have a description of firebolt yet.
Oh, I twist my hand and to like create like a ball of like fiery energy, and I like backhand throw it at the blob, the mound. There it is, mold. The mound. And yeah, in this instance, it sputters out, and he kind of just shakes it off. Unfortunately, not on fire again.
Something you do notice as you cast it, when you bring that fire to life, it looks kind of. If fire could look sickly, that's what it looks like. Just not really vibrant. Just a sad little fireball.
Okay. Babe, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. I'm gonna do what I always do. I'm gonna raise my set axe.
That is a hit with said hand axe.
Oh.
And I'm just gonna do a little trail around. And call it.
Hit me. The target of the stalker.
And your foresty green Eldritch Blast hits home. That is a hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sploop.
Do I need to even worry about my movement if he's now unconscious?
Oh my God, I loved it.
And he falls dead in more of a pile than he already was.
Do I see my maul?
As he kind of dissolves a little, you think you do see the handle of that maul sticking out of him.
I don't care how much goop is around. I am grabbing my maul.
You now have your maul back.
Thanks.
It has seen some horrible things. But back,
I'm cleaning it off in the water.
probably wise. As it falls to pieces, the chanting of "One must die" finally stops, and the shades that have been spectating this whole time wink out of existence.
Whew.
Well then.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Well, I'm gonna go explore where he trailed from to see if there was if he left anything.
Yeah, I will join you as I breathe.
I'll go back this way and see if anything weird's going on back this way yet.
Yeah, I like that plan too.
Yeah.
There's nothing else like interesting about his body.
It's really just a pile of gross garbage and mold and slime and a lot of dirt.
Ugh.
I'll follow one of the.
Oh crap! No, I'm going back to look at his body one more time. I need to look for something else. I'm gonna say his body is right about there, right?
Yeah.
Do I see my javelins?
You do see your javelins.
Can I
After a
grab
little
those
bit-
and?
After a little bit of sorting through what you think are sticks, a couple false positives, you find your javelins.
All right, so I'm gonna get those back. And then I'm just gonna like, kind of drop into the water and wash all the gunk off of me because after sifting around through all of this, I'm sure I'm a little nasty.
Down in the garbage pit, Cramp and Morgan, it's garbagey. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's gross, but there's a lot of junk there.
Is there anything valuable, any garbage to love?
I mean, that really just, I guess, depends on how you feel about slime.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Well, I'm already probably half wading deep into it, so I want to rummage around.
Yeah, perception check for me there.
I'm gonna go tell the kids that the critter's dead.
That's a nice idea.
No, last time you saw them,
They possessed you.
Yeah,
possessed
don't you be worrying about that excuse
Really
here.
bad.
Hey, but maybe they'll be happy now that the thing is dead.
Look, don't you be
They got
worried.
scared by the monsters.
So we think.
Don't you be worrying about the kids.
All right. I tell you what. Why don't you guys just zoom out and look at the map and tell me where you all want to go? You find nothing but more garbage in the garbage pit.
Where was the kids? There they are.
I would like to go to the room with the trapdoor at the front of the house. So I want to look out those windows and see if whatever spell was holding us here is gone.
All right. So you will go.
I want to go with Piop.
I'll go with Shava.
And Cramps.
Well, I have no idea where I want to go.
Somewhere between here and there.
We've got half the party upstairs with the children's bodies, and then half are checking the window.
I'm going to go with Shava.
Okay. I'm gonna look out the window and see if I can tell if there's like that enchantment still on it.
What are the upstairs folks doing?
We're gonna go in the room.
We're
See
gonna
if the
talk to the
ghosts are there.
kids.
All right. So it will take you longer to get up there than the first floor party to get to the first floor. Jeez. Thought someone had just been
It's
saying.
fine.
That's fine. What's a little death?
So first floor party, you guys are just looking out windows.
Yeah, I just want to see if we can tell, like, because before the window hadn't been broken by the arrow that was shot earlier, but it stands to reason that if we killed the thing, part of the ritual, that that enchantment may not be in effect anymore. So I want to check to see if there's a hole in the window and see if it still looks like nice outside.
Nai has feelings.
Yeah, she does. I don't know why she's barking.
She doesn't like your plan, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't like this plan at all.
She's like, Mom, that was terrible.
You're gonna get us
Oh,
killed.
I think John must have grabbed her and scared her. Come here.
Oh.
Road.
Come here.
What an asshole.
There's nobody
so
there.
There is no hole in the window. One thing that the party notices And in fact, hold on, let me look at the route on the map. Yep, okay. So as the first floor party looks out the window, and the second floor party, or sorry, attic party, passes by windows, glancing out the window, you see a large yard that extends a good 50 or 60 yards out towards the forest, and then you can see a pathway, and if you squint, it looks like there's a road leading off into the distance.
We
Getting
cleared the
outta here, y'all.
spookiness. I'm gonna go tell the kids that they're happy now.
As you get up to the attic in the room, and you find the 2 piles of bones up there, it is silent.
Silent as the grave.
No. Silent as a room full of dead children.
Oh.
Oh, are they not ghosts anymore now?
And
Well, they can hide themselves. I'll just announce it to the room that the monster's gone.
The room does not react.
fantastic. Well, then next will be
Downstairs.
Yep.
Yeah. Can we magically join the rest of our party after a few minutes?
Drag and drop. Drag and drop.
Well,
Are we ready for the road, guys?
Ready for
yeah,
the road.
let's do it. Let's get out.
Yeah.
Get out of this nasty house.
Pretty rude. You exit the house. You're greeted by the same dreary, overcast weather as before. Looking out the window from the house, looking out, it looked bright and sunny, but once you exit the door, it's again dreary and overcast. The difference is that the wall of fog that previously surrounded the house has lifted, and now you can indeed see a path that looks like it leads out to a road running
On
the
the
south.
road again.
While the
I just
path
can't wait
leads
to be on the road again.
Well, I guess we head
Following
down
the road?
Yeah, I guess so.
traveling down the path to the south, you come to a road that runs east and west.
Oh.
From where you are coming out of the path, you don't really see anything in either direction as it bends and curves. Runs through this forest that you find yourself in.
Does anyone have naturalist type of ability, navigating, what have you?
I mean, I have nature.
Not until level 3, I think.
Oh, Theria, you have a star on your picture.
Say what?
You have a star on your picture.
Oh, I think that's because my effect is still. I don't know, actually. Why? Why do I have a star?
I don't know, man. Figured you would know. It's your picture.
I didn't notice it.
It's-
No.
No, it's not that. I don't know. I'll figure that out at some other point.
So east and west.
East and west.
I say
Oh
we go
god, I've
east.
hit. How do I get rid of all of this rage?
I was literally
So
just thinking
much
that.
How do I get rid of all this rain?
I say we go east. Or should we go west because that's towards where the sun is setting? I assume.
Our surrounding
Um,
area. With our surrounding area, do we have like? Is it trees? How tall are the trees?
Pretty tall. Seems to be a very old growth forest.
And the road is in the forest, right? There's not like a heading toward a forest and heading to a town type of
No,
sign.
this is a road that is running through heavy old growth forest.
Who's climbing a tree to see what they can see?
I'll climb a tree. Yeah, I would like to climb a tree, get as far up as I can go, and see if I can peep anything.
All right. Well, you go ahead and peep. Roll athletics to climb that tree.
I think I made it. I think I
made it
climbed
up.
that tree.
You pick a likely looking tree and scramble up.
Okay, what do I see when I'm up high enough?
You see a lot more trees, honestly.
Mm.
Again, the road runs, it's not really a straight shot. It curves and goes around corners, so you don't really see much of anything.
From either east or west.
Correct.
Guys, it's just a bunch of trees. Let's
Okay, well, flip
flip
a
a coin.
Flip a coin. I'll pull out a piece of silver and flip it. Someone call it in the air.
Right, what
Heads
is
is
calling
east.
it?
Yeah, which direction we're gonna go?
Heads east, tails. Ah!
What just happened?
It's
there?
everybody's turns.
It's everybody's turn. I'm just trying to figure out why there's a star there.
I'm
Hold on.
googling it.
So am I. The consensus seems to be that that doesn't exist. You have an unknown malady.
I'm having
You're a
Google
star.
flip a coin. It's
Can
heads.
can I use
Heads, so we're going east.
Oh.
while they're flipping coins? Can I use nature or survival to try to look at the road and see if maybe one side is more traveled than another? Might
The road
indicate
less
more
traveled?
humans?
Sure, you absolutely can. It's not a divided highway or anything. It's so to describe the road more, it is a dirt road. Well, when I say dirt, I really mean more mud than anything. There's some dry patches, puddles of black water standing in the roadway. It doesn't really, but even without a intensive check, it doesn't look to be traveled much at all.
Okie dokies.
East we go.
East we
East.
go. Let's do it.
Sure.
Let's see where we end up.
So as you travel east, if everyone would just roll me a survival check.
Sounds bad.
Ow.
Oof. Big.
Ugh.
Oof.
Ouch! This is gonna be
Cold
bad.
truth. Gotta check on some things real quick.
I guess I'll be the one.
Did mine go? Mine didn't appear to go. Okay, hold on.
Let me make sure I don't have anything on that makes that better. I don't think I do.
So as you walk and you find your way winding through the forest, still trying to figure out that star, huh?
Yeah, I am.
It's obviously clear who the ranger in the party is as he strides confidently forward, the pep in his step. Everyone else just starting to get pretty tired. Just really, the journey really wearing down on you at this point. Been skipping leg day most of the party.
can we tell what time of day it is?
So, it appears to be getting darker, but it is kind of hard to get a real feel for what time it is, as just the constant overcast and gloom. Everything kind of looks the same, time-wise.
Should we climb a tree again? See if we're getting closer to anything?
Could also just be worth taking a rest and
Do we want to? Hey, a rest wouldn't be a bad idea. Do we want to set up camp?
don't remind me of camping.
I mean, I don't know if we really need to rest, but with 4 of us getting a little tired, it may not be a terrible idea.
I mean,
We
can
haven't lost
trek on.
actual hit points yet, though.
Yeah.
So we could keep going. Could.
I mean, some of us are wounded still from previous battles.
Yeah.
Coin toss?
No,
Sure.
I mean, we could take a rest. That resets
Longer
spell
short.
slots. I would take a long one if we're gonna do it. It seems pretty safe. We haven't come across anyone, right?
Doing shifts.
Yeah.
Shifts, yes.
All right, roll. Cramp, roll me a survival check.
Okie dokie then.
All right. With a little poking around off the road, you find what looks to be a pretty decent spot to set up. Slightly raised, not too heavily shrubberied and brushy. And more importantly, it's not in the middle of the road/long line of mud puddles.
Always delicious.
So long rest.
I want to set up a fire. Can we set up a fire?
Oh, quite easily, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Everybody taking turns while we do this.
Everyone
Yeah.
takes the shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we
got
want to
plenty
just
do
do it
what?
in do we want to just do it in initiative order from our last fight?
Sure.
Works for me.
First, I'll start. Since I'm the one that's still awake, I'll start off.
Shambling mound. Already taking long rest.
So the combat, are we? I don't remember our last order. Do you guys?
Oh
It's
yeah.
pictures from the combat tracker.
So isn't that different though?
Oh, that
It
it
is.
did change. Yeah.
It's reset.
Oh,
Well,
I
that
don't
Uh,
works.
mind doing
if-
it in that order.
Yeah, if everyone would just like to roll a... You know what, we'll say survival still.
Survival.
That's better.
Time to change colors.
That dice went everywhere.
That ties left. Alright. Well, after some thrashing and turning in your makeshift little rest area, you wake up, say 8 hours later, to still gloom and overcast. You feel like it's slightly brighter now out, but you feel refreshed. Did that reset your spell slots?
Yes, it did.
Did. Fantastic. And you pat yourself and feel like something has changed. You wake up feeling distinctly level 3-ish.
Woo!
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay. How did we do this last time?
Trying to remember how it worked best
So
for me.
you can go to your character sheet.
And then hit
And-
the little magnifying glass next to your class and level, right?
Yep.
What was
and
the
then
way
just hit
you
the level
first
up.
recommended it, Mike? Because that was the only way that worked with my character.
Well, I don't know. That was the recommended way.
I thought we
Um,
dragged it from somewhere.
You can open up classes
That
on the
was
right
it, yeah.
side and drag a level of warlock into your class and level area.
Wait, how do we do it in the character sheet again?
Magnifying glass beside where it says Ranger 2 underneath class and level, and then you can click level up.
There we go.
It lets you multi-class if you wish to do that too.
Oh, I get another spell.
Me too.
Yeah, I gotta go in there and double check mine.
Oh, I get second level spells too. Neat. 4 spells in total, so I can only pick one more.
I always have it prepared. Okay, cool. So I get blindness, deafness, and gentle repose. Level 2 spell.
That did not take effect.
Ooh. Cool.
There we go.
Do I gain more spell slots or anything? Yes. So. So I can learn 1 additional first level and 2 second levels. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Everyone is now level 3.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah.
I'm just looking at spells.
yeah, we're still shopping.
Alright. Heather, are you doing yours through the like character wizard thing?
Yes, I am.
Just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
Because it's still showing you as 2, so that's just because you haven't hit save yet.
Yeah, I haven't hit save yet.
Okay.
I just have to share this one. Nilox Snowball Swarm. And just the name cracks me up.
Who doesn't love a good snowball swarm? John. Think. Okay.
Ooh, are you adding in the spells for me, Mike?
I'm adding in the not the spells, but your class features.
Gotcha. Okay. I was like, that's what I was starting to look for, because I was like, I'm looking, because I got like protection from good and evil spell. I know I got one.
Okay. So you've got your Horizon Walker detect portal, and then
Mhm.
you've got your Planar Warrior, which has the which has a weird thing there, but
I choose that as a bonus action, then the next time around they take an extra damage on melee.
yeah. So what you'll just have to do is when you choose to do it, you just have to click the effect to put it on yourself.
Okay.
And then it'll automatically put the rest of the stuff into whatever role you do.
Mike, do you know how I select my meta magic options?
Let's see here.
Oh, it made my life a lot easier.
Other magic options. Okay, so you have the so you gain 2 of the following meta magic options. So you should be able to pull. There's going to be 2 separate tables.
Mm-hmm.
Meta magic and then meta magic options.
Okay.
If you go to the classes tab, or actually even better, on your character sheet,
Mm-hmm.
go into your class and level, where you went to click level up.
Yes.
All right, so on the bottom right, you see the dragon for sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
Click that. It should bring up the sorcerer class box.
Mm-hmm.
Click other, the other tab.
Okay.
Roll down a little and it to features, and it should start showing you like this is everything you get at level.
Oh, cool.
If you click the dragon for meta magic and click the dragon for meta magic options, that will bring up your 2 separate boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives you the list of things you can pick from. So
Okay.
from those 2 boxes, just pick 2.
Okay.
And then in your abilities tab,
Mm-hmm.
features, you now have a meta magic tab
Yeah.
to remind you of that. And
Mhm.
what I would probably do is on your actions tab,
Mm-hmm.
I will make you a separate slot and basically create them.
Okay,
But
cool.
So you just tell me which 2 you're going to pick. The regular meta magic ones are from like the player's handbook. There should be like 5 or 6 of them. And then the meta magic option ones are from newer, and each of, I think, 3. Seeking spell, transmuted spell. Okay, there's actually just 2 in that one.
So I'm gonna take empowered spell and seeking spell.
Cool deal. You can treat this as an intermission, by the way, guys.
I gotta grab a drink anyway, so
I need to as well.
I have my character
not-
completely set up. So
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say there's not much bookkeeping to be done, so
yeah.
do a little bit of it.
Mike, I'm doing Pact of the Chain. Do I just need to add Find Familiar to my spell list?
Yes, that should be the only thing necessary.
Okay. I've never had a familiar, so.
That's what I want. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yeah.
Alright, so at level 3 you have 3 sorcery points to use. So
Sweet.
I'm going to update your font of magic to have another one of those. Okay, that's good. Messing with your sheet a little.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm in there like moving some stuff around too. Because I want my cantrips to all be listed under the cantrips section. So I know which ones are which.
Oh, font of magic, where did you go?
Just lost my character sheet. What the heck?
Needed.
Ah, thank you.
Guys, I'm gonna have a familiar. I'm so excited. Okay. I'm gonna get something to drink.
Alright, you now have 3 sorcery points.
There we go. That's better.
What I would do is, if you want to make a note of it,
Mhm.
or like what we did with what I had Amber do with her wild magic, since
Mhm.
it's not built in. If you want to take the dragon icon for the meta magics,
Mhm.
I know it's in 2 separate ones, but so if you take the dragon and drag it down into that hot bar at the bottom,
Mhm.
then you can always just bring up that box if you
Okay.
forget what exactly those entail.
Okay, cool.
Because I know actually, you know what? You don't have to do that. Cancel that. Cancel all of that. And instead, do other meta magic options. Alright, on your abilities tag, you now have meta magic and meta magic options, so you can just click the dragon there.
Okay, cool.
And see the seeking spell is in the option, and the empowered one is in the regular.
Okay.
So That way you can easily be reminded of how they work, etc.
Yeah.
John, you get a new spell, right? Maybe.
Let's see.
Level 3, you get your Ranger archetype and primeval awareness.
Do you need the players?
And then spells at level 3. Okay. Yeah, so you can learn one new Ranger spell, and you now have a 3rd spell slot. So it's all first level stuff. So you can know 3 first level spells, and you can cast 3 first level spells in a day.
Gotcha.
Your spell slots is automatically updated. You're good at 3 there, so you just need to find a Ranger spell and drop it into the slot. Amber, you are good, correct? Yep, she's not even in here, but she's good.
P-Op is all kinds of good to go.
Yep. Looking at the Warlock. 3. Act Boon, correct. Cantrips, no. Spells, no. So Amanda just needs to know what spell she wants. That's
Maybe?
all she needs.
I don't know, she wandered away, so. In real life, our bird has been coming by, and he is a very picky eater. He has been picking out the little... They might be a sunflower. I don't know. They're like these little black seeds, a part of this seed mix that we got for them.
That's the flowers.
Yeah. So he cracks those open and eats the inside of them, and then he leaves behind the shell. But I don't think he has touched a single other type of seed that's up here. So yeah. He's an asshole. But he's flown over while we've been sitting in here a few times, so at least he isn't scared of us.
It looks like she's already got her spell picked, which is Mirror Image. It's level 2, so that is good to go. His HP went up. That's all fine. Everything is fine. Okay. Easy peasy.
Are we still on intermission?
Yeah, he was just checking to make sure you had all your stuff set up.
Yeah, I should be all set up.
Yep. And I know the Warlock spellcasting is a bit confusing because it acts so much very differently than everyone else's.
It does?
Yeah, it does, since you have spell
How
slots.
yeah.
So you only have 2 spell slots, so you can still only cast twice per rest. The difference being is yours refresh on short rests. Everyone else's spell slots refresh on long rest, but they get more spell slots.
I didn't realize if we did a short rest, I refreshed.
Yeah, in fact, you can only cast 2 per rest until you're level 11, and then you can cast 3 per rest.
Jesus, okay.
So, but the other thing is your spell slot level. So if you look at it, it'll say that your spell slot level is currently 2, which means you can cast spells at level 2. So you'll have spells that say at first level they do this, and then at, say, next level they do this.
Okay.
So right now you have 2 spell slots, and those spell slots are level 2.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I have one. Oh, okay, so like Hellish Rebuke, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 2nd level or higher, the damage is increased.
Correct.
So next time I get attacked and cast Hellish Rebuke, it's a higher thing.
Correct.
And I still have all my options, it's just that I can only cast
As-
2 total.
And as you level up, you can only learn spells that are of your spell slot level or lower. So you will only be learning level 2 spells from here until level 11.
Is that what that was? I haven't really looked ahead on the... Oh.
Or no, I'm sorry. No,
Oh.
it's not I'm sorry. At
10.
5th level, you will be able to learn 3rd level spells. You're gonna lag 2 behind on the level of spells. Yeah, it's in one of the charts, but yeah, at level 5,
I'm looking at the chart.
You can learn 3rd level spells. At level 7, you can learn 4th level. So you lag behind, but again, you are the only class that refreshes your spell casting abilities on a short rest. Everybody
I
else
don't
has
think
to
I
have a full
realized
night's
that.
sleep.
And that's fine, because the only thing you really should be casting is Eldritch Blast.
But I think I'm accurate on my current spell setup. I have Disguise Self and Find Familiar from other items, but I have my 3 level 1s. And I have my 1 level 2, and then my 2 cantrips.
Correct. That looks correct.
Can I ask a question about Find Familiar? Because I've just never had a ritual before. For something like Find Familiar, is that something we would want me to do now at the start of a day, and my little familiar goes adventuring with us?
That is entirely up to you. So ritual spells you cast without using a spell slot, as long as you have the extra, say, 10 to 20 minutes or whatever it says on the ritual spell requirements.
It says instantaneous on casting time is an hour.
Yeah, so the minimum is like 10 minutes for the easy one. So if you want to spend an hour, then you can absolutely cast it. If you want to cast it instantaneously, then you have to burn a spell slot.
Okay.
So yeah, the ritual tag on a spell just means you can cast this spell without burning a slot. It's just going to take a long time.
Well, and Find Familiar is not supposed to burn a slot because it's part of my Pact Magic or whatever. Because not Pact Magic, it's Pact Boon or whatever. Fuck. Pact Boon, yeah. You learn the Find Familiar spell and can cast it as a ritual. The spell doesn't count. Oh, it doesn't count against known spells. Got it.
And again, if you cast it as a ritual, you don't have to use the spell slot. But if you want to skip the hour and instead cast it over the course of 2 seconds, you can absolutely do that, but then you're burning a spell slot. The ritual tag gives you the option to do something for free, but you pay in time.
I guess my question is there any harm in, like, while we're having breakfast and everyone's hanging out in the camp, when you're like, what are we doing this morning before we hit the road? Is there any harm in going ahead and having my familiar summoned so it's with me whenever we stumble upon our first battle?
Entirely up to you.
Is there harm in it?
It's entirely up to you.
Like, you're not helping. Because the way I read it, there's no harm in doing it. Like, oh, it's gonna die after an hour. It seems like it only dies when it actually dies. Like, if I banish it or all its hit points go away or something. So, yeah, when the familiar drops to 0 hit points, it disappears. Cool. So yeah, I'll probably do that this morning and have my familiar ready. And can go adventuring with us and be cute.
So is that how ritual ones work across the board, or is that specific to just your class?
ritual casting, as long as it has a ritual tag,
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, you can just.
Oh.
The warlock thing just specifically said like you can cast as a ritual, because I think normally you can't. But ritual spells works the same across the board. If it has the ritual tag, which it's normally only going to be utility spells, obviously, not combat stuff, then as long as you take the time, then you can pretty much cast it.
So, like, for example, I have Detect Poison and Disease, but its casting time just says one action. It doesn't actually say how long it would take as a ritual versus...
Is it marked as a ritual bee?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Level 1 Divination Ritual. It doesn't last super long, but...
Yeah, I think the general rule is 10-minute minimum.
Okay.
Where you're basically to conduct a ritual.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I figured out the reason. Warlocks can't cast ritually. This is the one exception.
Ah.
So your Find Familiar is the ritual that you can cast because you've been taught the ritual by your patron. But every other spell you cast is cast regularly.
Oh, somebody
Yeah.
dropped.
I didn't think I got any other rituals. I thought this was my one and only. But Hersam's letting me find a friend.
Alright, is everybody back and ready? Because I'm
It's currently
ready.
outside. So.
Oh, well, never mind.
So for your familiar, you've got your standard forms, or you can do one of the listed ones for Pact of the Chain, which is Imp, Pseudo Dragon, Quasit, or Sprite.
Is that even a question? Pseudo dragon.
I don't know. You can have a fucking octopus on the regular form, so.
Who doesn't want a little pseudo dragon hanging out with them?
Someone that has an octopus.
Though it would be very funny to see an octopus hobbling along on the open road with it.
I don't know if I'd call it hobbling. Schlurping?
I like schlorping.
Yeah, I like schlurping.
Sounds right.
Y'all seen that video from a few years back where it's the chick is on like some beach or whatever, and she has a blue ring octopus in her hands, and she's like playing with it. And it is one pissed off little octopus.
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
I forget that you don't do the YouTube or you do the Reddit thing. It wanders by on Reddit once in a while.
Oh, I'm sure. It just doesn't sound.
She thought it was.
In case you wish to see the video.
A better video is teaching the Boston robot bot.
Oh, how to
beer.
piss beer. By the way, because of that video, I looked up how much it costs to get a Boston Dynamics spot robot, and it's only $5,000.
Is that all?
Yeah. And then you can have a robot dog.
Oh, there's a prime car in front of our house.
Yeah, that's because we have A delivery. That's the SSD and controller, Mike.
Nice.
Yeah.
Who was it? A black driver?
Yeah.
He misdelivered because I got something delivered today too.
Oh. Well, I would assume that it probably, this whole area is covered by the same Prime guy.
Yeah, that's why I was pointing it out.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But
Who's here?
me.
Who's with us?
John's earbuds are dead, so he'll be joining us momentarily.
I see Amber wandering around in the background, so she'll be joining us momentarily. Oh, Amanda, I added Fey presence to your actions, by the way. You were missing it.
Wait, what?
It's a level 1 thing you get for being an Archfey Warlock.
Oh, do I?
Yep.
Did not know that, but that's exciting. Let
You
me
must
see.
be one with your class.
Let's see. I just
Be
got
one with the spores.
Oh, first level. Project the beguiling and fearsome presence of a fae.
I am going to, while Amber wanders a bit during this intermission, and John gets earbuds that work, I am going to make coffee. I'll be back in a moment, and then we will resume.
Perfect.
You're good. You can go ahead. I don't want any connection. I can work on speaker.
Amber was wandering around, so if
Can
you
you
haven't
hear me? Okay.
I'm just ready to have access to third levels. So when I can, Archfey Warlocks get access. And that would have been so helpful once upon a time.
You mean getting through a specific gate?
Or, you know, getting out of a handcuff.
Probably also would have been nice, yeah. I really love how Amazon operates. They sent this in 2 different packages, so I only have one of the 2 packages.
Sixth level will be fun too. At 6, I get Misty Escape, where it's not even a spell, it's just one of my things. And I can vanish in a puff of mist in response to harm.
That sounds fun.
Hello.
Hello.
We are prepping our crock pot chicken.
Ooh.
So, yeah, just some buffalo chicken, you know, basic. Easy.
Amanda made crack chicken last night.
Yeah, I heard.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm in the
We-
process. Go ahead.
We do buffalo chicken more than any other chicken, I think, in the crock pot. What are you up to, John?
I have some form or fashion of Italian beef going in the crock pot.
That works too. That's always delicious.
As I'm about to have Publix delivered as well with the pizza that I have the oven preheating already for.
Nice. Oh, my Target delivery's here. I'll be right back.
Yay.
Timing.
Hello, bird. I heard him chirping. You're on the wrong spot, dude, to get to the food. You're on top of the whole thing.
His girlfriend flew by.
Mmm. Yep.
Can you hear me, Tasha? I can't quite reach. Let's see your feet. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I am back with my Doritos, and life is better.
Fantastic.
Doritos do make things better.
I have a whole thing of cheese balls.
Oh, that's even better.
Mm-hmm.
The big, huge, like, Utz cheese balls.
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we have those. We have Utz, pretzels, and a big box of Cheez-Its.
Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Were those your snacks for the weekend?
Yeah,
Well, at least you can still eat them.
it's true.
Not as intended, but it's fine. It's fine.
Why do you have so many cheese balls?
Wow. There was this thing
Alright.
that was supposed to happen.
All right, everybody here? Is everybody present? Cool.
John?
Uh,
Heather?
Yeah, I'm
Cool.
here.
Okay.
John might still be putting food away.
Mm.
He's here. He's just muted. I wasn't talking to you, Siri. I need coffee, I think.
Yeah, I got a nice fresh cup. You're a fool if you don't.
Alright, let's do this.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
So, you woke up feeling level 3-ish. As you sit around your, we'll say, rest fire, cooking breakfast, you do notice something smells terrible. Like something smells like it died 5 days ago.
Uh-oh.
Can we tell where the smell is coming from?
With a little investigation, it appears to be coming from Morgan's pack.
Oh no.
The hell did you pick up?
Have in your pack.
I don't know. What do I have in my pack?
As you rummage through, you find the wedge of cheese, or what used to be the wedge of cheese that you took from the house's pantry, which is now just a weird lump of mold that looks like it's moving and smells like one of the worst things you've ever smelled.
Great.
Can I identify the fungi?
God, I even have that.
Maybe it's helpful fungi.
You could fungus. You could fungus it.
Fungus it.
Even with your trained fungal knowledge, it smells bad, man. It's like a Limburger cheese met a blue cheese, and they dated for a while, and they both got run over by a bus.
That's not
Maybe
appealing.
it's not worth
I
holding
hear a
on
man
to.
in the background go, ugh.
It's in your
Probably.
travel pack, so you figure that
I
out.
was muted, yeah.
There's real bad news about everything else in that pack.
Hope you like the smell of cheese.
Right.
So yeah, good morning, question mark. Good, slightly brighter gloom.
Guess we're gonna keep going east, right?
No, let's just
Yeah.
go back. The shoots and giggles.
Just no. Let's flip flop.
We gotta get more keys.
Let's go back for that orb.
Let's go back for the orb. And we can assume I cast Find Familiar, waking up with the knowledge of how to make friends out of thin air.
Yeah.
Cool. So I got a little pseudo dragon running around with me, folks.
Aw, precious.
Continue.
Yeah.
After about 20-30 minutes of walking, you round a bend in the horrible, muddy trail road. And in front of you, you see the now worryingly familiar sight of a massive wall of black fog extending up into the sky.
Fantastic.
Back into the fog?
I'm gonna guess this is all we see around. No new house to rummage through.
No, just forest to the north and south, and fog extending out into the forests and up into the sky.
Right.
So we can either try to go into that, or we can go the opposite direction. And
How far back is the opposite direction, where the T is, compared to where the fog is?
Yeah, a couple hours travel back
Okay.
to where you entered the road.
Do we think this is just like regular fog, or do we think it has like some sort of magical properties?
It's definitely got some kind of magical properties.
So
Yeah.
can I now have magic awareness. So I think I'm gonna
gonna magic it up.
that. Yeah. I'm reading it as I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use this. I think it makes sense to use it. I don't know. So let's see. I can know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of me that isn't behind total cover.
That's the very specific as written.
Yeah. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to. Ooh, okay.
So I do have Detect Portal.
Hmm?
I have Detect Portal, so within a mile radius, I can detect if there's a portal, which obviously there's something in front of us, if it's a portal or not.
True.
I don't know how helpful that will be.
It wasn't a portal last time, though. It was a storm, right?
Hole that we walked through.
Yeah,
And then we
walked through the doors.
walked through a portal.
Yeah.
I mean, since we're close to it, I would say we try to go through that rather than doubling back for a few hours and possibly still running into the fog.
Yeah.
Tie off some rope to somebody and let them walk into the fog and then pull them back if we need to.
Them screaming in the distance. Ah, as their face melts.
I mean, I'll volunteer. I'll walk into the fog.
Yeah, I will too.
Alright, let's all go skipping into the fog.
Wait, hold on.
Do I want to see if there's if I'm aware of any magic around here?
Sure. Can't hurt.
Okay. I don't think I really have to, it's just an action, but I think I just tell you I'm using it, right?
Yeah, and you can't use it again until a rest, I think.
I can use this feature a number of times equal to my proficiency bonus.
Fantastic, so twice.
Yeah. Exactly. So, shove it.
Okay, get shoved.
I have a question. Because I think I'm understanding this. I can see through my familiar's eyes.
It's true.
We'll send that pseudo dragon in there.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, do that instead.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, can we approach the wall, and I send little pseudo dragon flying through. I'm gonna waste my freaking familiar. He's gonna be like, and your familiar's dead.
So while it's within 100 feet of you, you can communicate with it telepathically and see through its eyes and hear what it hears. During this time, you yourself will be deaf and blind, without regard to your own senses.
How does that sound?
I mean, I'm down. I will explain to my peers though that they gotta keep an eye on me for a sec.
Yeah, I'll be your bodyguard for a minute. I won't try to kill you.
Just pseudo
I
dragon.
want. Oh gosh, you're gonna make it painful when I die. We will call her Violet. This one can be a purple pseudo dragon, and we'll call her Violet.
Cool. Carry on with your plan.
I want to get as close as I can since it's only within 100 feet. So get real close to that mist.
Okay.
And explain to Violet I need her scouting out a little bit.
All right. So, I assume you do that, and she disappears into the fog.
What do I see through my pseudo dragony eyes?
Well, you'll find out soon.
Okay, cool.
How's everybody else doing? What is everyone else doing?
I'm protecting
Chilling.
her. I'm just making sure she's not gonna fall over or anything. I'm gonna be
what-
nice.
I'm watching our backs. I'm looking to see if anybody's coming up behind us.
Cool. Cramps. Dead.
He's dead.
No, like it went all silent, and I'm like, what's going on? I don't know. Discord doesn't like me. What's going on? All I know is the dragon just went into the fog, and that was it.
Well, we're
Pretty
all
much it.
yeah,
Oh.
we're all waiting, I guess. I don't have a lot of other thoughts for us to do.
I started pondering towards the north on the edge of the road, see if I see anything. Looking around.
Yep. As far as you can see, it's obviously hard to see off into the woods, the thick forest, but there are trees rather. The underbrush isn't that bad, just because the trees are so old and large. There's a pretty good canopy, so not a lot of undergrowth is happening. But as far as you can see, the fog extends northwards as well.
There's no trails or any previous passage.
You can roll me survival.
Ooh. That's not a good survival.
Didn't survive. No trails or anything.
No.
I'm resting my Nomi legs.
Mike, is there a way for me to message you directly in this?
I mean, you
Should
can
be.
do it in Discord too.
I don't know how.
Right click on his name, and then you'll have a message.
No, I just have copy text to clipboard as an option.
Yeah, I think.
No,
you
no,
need to
in Discord.
Oh, in Discord. Okay.
Yes. And then when you click message, it'll flop you up to a private message.
You can I believe you can test this in Unity real quick. Just types /W space GM and then type test. Yep, that's it.
Yay!
So if anyone wants to privately message the GM, it's /W space GM. Yep, just like that.
Nice.
So as your warlock is sitting, eyes glazed over, staring off into the fog, there's some movement, and a pseudo dragon, purple in color, breaks through, crawling, dragging itself back out of the fog, gasping in exhaustion.
Sounds about right.
So that's not good. Assuming we need to go back the other way.
I mean, I can double up on Axis. Let's go.
I don't know what its HP is. Can I assume it's harmed? Do I need to do something?
It is not harmed. It's just exhausted.
Just tired. Okay. Well, I will unglaze and let it crawl up to my shoulder. It's weird seeing yourself third person, man.
So
She didn't see anything. It was just fog, black shadows, similar to what we saw when we came through the first time.
Black hole sun.
She couldn't fly very long. So,
Well, I guess we're going back the other direction.
back the other direction. She didn't disappear. She was able to make it back even if she was exhausted, so.
Oh. Unless you want to try trudging through, you know.
well, I mean, clearly there's problem there, though.
Yeah.
There's our house within it.
Does it look like we're like encompassed by this fog? Like, does it go around like the immediate area?
As far as I can see, type stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
like
it disappears into the forest to the north, disappears into the forest to the south, and to the west, you have the road that you just were walking down.
Well, we can always go check what's behind door number 2.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess we could always go west, and if it's the same thing on that side, we go, well, I guess we're going into the forest, and or
yeah,
into the fog, not the forest. You know what I'm saying.
yeah. I say we go west now. Go back the way we came.
Hey.
How far does that detect portal magic work? John, did you get that? Or was that Amber?
That was John.
Portals is John.
Okay.
And magic awareness.
I can detect poison and disease.
I mean, I can do magic, but it's only 60 feet, and if... I don't know.
Do I have any sense of awareness of how far Violet was able to make it?
Yeah. I mean, since you were
Since I was
occupying
her.
your space. Yeah, you'd probably say about maybe
18 inches.
about 20, 30 yards.
Yeah.
That sounds rough.
Roll a perception check.
Who?
Sorry. Morgan.
Got it.
It's a memory perception check. Dun dun dun.
Do a
Well,
memory
I
check.
don't remember shit.
About 20 or 30 yards.
Do we want to send a human through?
Yeah, I'll go.
The beauty of having a Goliath. I'll do
Wait,
it.
no. Let's not send the Goliath because if you collapse for any reason, dragging your body back is going to be difficult.
Dibs. I call dibs. I'll go next.
We have a Horizon Walker.
I mean, we all knew it was either going to be me or John. Let's be real.
Alright. Send me and
I just came off of mute quicker.
Are we tying a rope around me?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
That worked
Alright,
last
so-
time, sure.
We're gonna tie a rope around me, then I'm gonna also get a nice. Now I'll walk in. I won't get thrown in.
Yeah, just walk this time. I think that's okay.
But throwing is so much more fun.
Yeah, I'll walk it.
Alright, so you're walking in.
Yeah. So
Who's
I
tying the
slow.
rope?
Do what?
Who ties
I'll
the
tie
rope?
it. I'll tie it.
Alright.
How you?
I don't know if that's a good idea, but I just offered it, so we'll see what happens, I guess.
Can we agree to like pull him back after like?
Yeah,
10 minutes?
let's set up like a system, like tug system.
Yeah.
And
Tap tap. A couple
yeah.
tugs.
Yeah. And like if we don't feel any tugs and like, I don't know. He's also small, so it's gonna take him a while to walk, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should throw him.
No, like what
No.
if we throw him on a tree and it impales him?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
What if I throw him onto like some rocks and he dies? Like there's too many. I think throwing is a bad idea at this point.
Let's give him 15 minutes, and if we don't feel anything after 15 minutes, we drag whatever dead weight is back there.
Okay.
I mean, if you feel some tugs, I'm still going and I'm okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like 1 tug is okay, 2 tugs is
Pull me out of there.
yes. Yes.
Shit ton of tugs. Alright, you better hurry the fuck up. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Yes. Okay, I like this plan. We got it.
All right, I'm assuming Theria and I are hands on the other end of the rope.
Yeah.
Alright.
I think I also have it like tied to me so that like it's,
Okay.
you know, extra
Maybe we should tie it to the rope too, or tie it to a tree.
tree. Yeah, so that if someone grabs him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
just
We're
get
tying it
ripped
to a
in.
tree.
I just end up getting ripped in two, but okay.
I mean, if
I'm
someone
sorry.
grabs you, things are getting spicy whether we want it to or not.
True.
You'll take that sacrifice for us.
All right.
So, I got axe in one hand, crossbow in the other, running towards the fog.
Excellent. You
Mini Viking.
you go into the hazy edge of the fog and are almost immediately obscured. Then, to everyone watching, you disappear, and there's just a rope trailing out.
That didn't sound good.
Yeah. They're gone. We're just worried. Oh shit.
I'm just walking along.
Yeah, I guess like since it's fog, we probably should have come up with a plan for like yelling too. I don't know.
I don't know if we could hear though. I guess we didn't think about that.
Yeah, we didn't.
could
Oh
only
well.
you could only hear your heartbeat last time we went through, because I think we went through a
Oh
fog.
well.
Oh. Oh.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
No, those are looking good there.
It's not even a private message this
I
time.
love
Oh,
that
that
it
was
was
quick.
called.
Yeah.
Oh. John tried to put himself back in our channel, I think.
I love too that channel is now called Uh-oh.
It's been
Oh yeah,
called.
I did that earlier.
Ah, okay. All right.
I was
never
like,
mind
let's
then.
call this something good.
If you get pulled into it, it's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a note for the rest of us.
It makes the rest of the party go, uh-oh.
I'm just,
Exactly. That was my thought process.
I'm just glad Violet's still alive. That was very worried she was gonna die in the fog.
I taught Michael the last time, instead of like telling people to go to the second channel, he can now just drag them, which I think makes it even scarier.
Yeah, because
That
all
was
of a
the
sudden,
best part.
all of a sudden people are silent.
Oh, I just saw
Joe,
the dice go
oh,
rolling.
no! Oh,
That's not good.
He's getting tired, like it was Constitution.
oh. I just don't think it's safe for us to go through that.
My favorite part, though, was John trying to come back, and Mike really is the dad of the group. I could see Mike like reaching his arm out, grabbing him by the collar, and being like, "No, come back here.
You
John is
stay
probably
here.
Because he was like, wait, it just got silent. So he's been having issues with Discord. So he's probably like, oh, did something happen to Discord? Oh my
Well,
god. Oh no.
Going better.
Got worse.
This is nerve
How
wracking
much
watching
time
him roll.
has passed?
Oh man, this is great though.
Well, either bad things happen or good things happen. You never know.
I love that you're asking. Have we felt any tugs?
I heard that, but I'm gonna wait until Mike answers me.
I just heard Mike ask. Okay.
There you go.
There's 2 tugs on the rope.
Okay.
Oh shit! So we're pulling him in.
Pull him.
Yeah,
Pulling
we're
him in,
pulling as
pull him
fast
in.
as we can. All of my strength.
Because 2 tugs
Oh
was
god.
like emergency, right?
Ooh,
Like,
look
yeah,
at
like
there.
get me out of there.
Oh,
Who's pulling the rope?
Me.
All right, give me an athletics check.
I can do that.
you tear him in half.
He comes flying.
You give one, not even a tug. You just pull the rope as standard, as if you were just going to be reeling it in, and you pull in about a foot of rope, and sliding along the ground is the unconscious form of Cramperstamps.
Fuck.
Oh my god, he's unconscious?
Okay, yeah, we can't go on. Okay, do we need to like?
Okay.
Is he like unconscious, or is he just like passed out?
He's just passed out.
Okay.
He's very tired.
Can we pour water next to him from the canteen?
I was just
I'm not
gonna
wasting my water.
slap him in the face a few
Or slap.
times.
Yeah, there you go.
You're his brother. Go for it.
With a brotherly slap, he
Yeah,
wakes up.
yeah, perfect. I was trying to find a good gif of it. There's like, there's one from something where it's like a super fast, just like, and I can't remember what it was from.
Okay, so that did not work. We probably need to go in the other direction.
Well,
We
I
should
kind of
ask
want to
him.
know what Cramp saw. Yeah.
What did he see?
Oh yeah.
Which, by the way, so John, you are awake. You are exhausted. You have disadvantage on all rolls, and your speed is halved until you take a long rest.
Can I long rest?
Fantastic.
Can I long rest on the back of Amber?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I piggyback him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you
we
can
walk
try-
the other direction.
You can try to
Perfect.
nestle him on top of your backpack, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, this is great. I love it.
It's like a
I
cat.
create him
as
like a
I'm-
little hammock.
So as
Okay.
I'm nestled on the back, I explained that I felt a dark, swirling presence around me, but it was just every step I took, I got more exhausted, and from there, I lost consciousness in the darkness of fog.
Okay.
By the way, time passing wise, so he was in the fog for approximately, say, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so that happens quick.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay, so, but now that we know that, and that there's some sort of dark presence, I wonder if I should do magic awareness so that maybe we can find out, like,
What direction it's coming
well, yeah, and then what school of magic it belongs to.
from?
I think we about to be walking east or west. That's what I think.
I would save it because we're not gonna. If anything, we're gonna be going the other direction anyways.
Okay, so we don't care about this.
Yeah, hold on to it because who
Okay.
knows? We may get to the west and then it have the
Have
same
to- yeah.
issue. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. So John's gonna sleep.
Can we like have him sleep and carry him since
Oh,
he's
yeah.
so tiny?
That's what we're doing. Yeah,
Okay.
he's riding on my backpack.
Aw.
Adorable.
Did you
He's
give
invested in-
Ash a friggin' cheese puff?
I don't know if I believe that.
I gave her a banana chip.
Oh, you gave her a banana chip.
All right, so we're going the other direction now.
Go.
Yep.
Forward.
Yep.
All right. With a not even a brisk walk, with a say 1 or 2 hours of steady pace, you arrive back at. You can see the path going up to the north that you would lead to the house, and then the road continues to the west.
We're gonna keep chugging for as long as we can, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, let's do it.
cramps. Yeah, long rest needs to be 8 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Conveniently, after about, we'll say 5 hours of walking, Cramps wakes up and is feeling fit as a fiddle.
Woo.
Yay.
Whether he tells you that or not, or just keeps his eyes closed and gets a free ride.
It's probably that one.
I let
Um,
off- let
So
out a
as
nice
you
little
as
yawn.
you walk along this muddy road strewn with pools of black water that reflect the trees, there's thunderclouds roll across the sky. You can never really see anything but heavy clouds, lightning arcing between them. It's not actually raining. It just there's seems to be just a constant ceiling of clouds above you. There's a deathly stillness in the air. You don't really hear what you would come to expect as the natural sounds of the forest. But as you continue to walk west, you approach ahead of you, jutting out from incredibly thick forests and woods, are huge high stone buttresses looming gray in the fog, iron gates hanging on the stonework, dew clinging to the rusted bars. 2 headless statues of armed guardians are on each side. One is missing its stone head laying in the weeds at the feet of the statue, the other as part of an arm broken off.
So are we heading for the gates?
Yeah, I mean, it's not
It's not
So what are we
fog.
gonna do?
not fog, so
Yeah.
Let's go.
So as you approach the gates, with a screech of rusty hinges, they swing open.
Okay.
just by themselves.
Hmm?
They just swung open by themselves, or we opened them.
They just swung open.
Oh, that's yay.
Love it.
Okay. Is there like a castle? I'm getting Beauty and the Beast vibes.
There is just more road through the woods.
Mhm.
So it's not a town. It's just a
A
wall.
gate, kind of.
A gate. Huh.
All right, people, let's go to Grandma's house.
All right, so we just keep on going.
As it's the
We-
last
we
of you
check it
pass
out?
through the gate. They close behind you again, screeching the thunk as they come together. Continuing on, the trees tower above you. Tops are lost in heavy gray mist. It seems to be darker, not so much as the day is getting a little darker, but the trees are getting thicker and thicker and blocking out the light. The tree trunks are growing. In fact, Cramp would notice that they're growing unnaturally close together. The trees of this size shouldn't be this close together and still be growing. They're forming almost a wall on both sides.
Oh no.
Love it.
Let me check real quick. Do some real quick check here. Hold, please. Where is your party sheet? All right, Piop and Theria, as
Oh,
you
no.
guys are
We're
strolling
doing
along,
great.
both of you, even though you can still occasionally catch the smell of cheese coming from Morgan and her backpack, you catch the unmistakable scent of death in the air.
I mean, that checks out. I guess we should probably
what?
share that with our...
I didn't hear
house.
anything.
Death. Stench of death.
Okay.
As we're walking through, hey guys, these trees are kind of really close almost to each other. I'm just saying, feeling right.
Yeah, I smell death, guys. I smell a lot of death.
Well, those gates close behind us, so all we can do is continue to go forward. We don't have an option.
Where else would we go?
I mean, you don't think we could just open the gates again?
Or go around the gates.
I don't think so. They kind of opened and closed by themselves. There's clearly something magical going on. We just need to figure out where it's emanating from.
And we've got no idea where we are, so...
Yeah.
So do we just keep walking? Do I want to use my magic awareness?
Let's just keep walking.
Okay. I'm good with that too.
Yeah, let's do it. See what kind of trouble we can find up ahead.
Truth.
Perception checks all around.
Ooh, ooh. Perception.
I see.
I had a
nothing.
number.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Nope, neither do I.
Where's that little crew?
I don't know if anybody sees anything.
Yeah.
Actually, Theria, as in fact, when the smell is the strongest, you kind of out of the side of the corner of your eye, you see a little bit of mud on the road churned up to the side, and some broken branches on the side of the road leading into the trees.
All right, well, I'm definitely going to go check that out and let my group know that there's something suspicious over here. The mud looks weird, guys.
Does it look like someone came through it? Like, how do I describe
I'm sure we
that?
would
Like,
probably
there's
need
bodies,
to,
maybe? You guys said you smelled death, right?
Yeah. Maybe someone could investigate it. Someone that doesn't have a negative to investigation.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I can
can-
take a closer
I'll go
look.
take a look, yeah.
I mean, I got +2 investigate.
I have +4.
Well, I guess we'll all stop on the road, and then a few of us will break off to go take a peek at what's off the road.
Or I guess
Yeah,
we
like
should
I
ask the
sense
DM
it, and
what
I'm
he
gonna
wants
walk
us
over and
to-
I'm gonna say, guys, we need to look at this.
Roll me
Someone
survival
smarter than
check.
me.
Survival.
Everyone?
Yeah, everybody. Anyone that's looking at the mud. If you don't care about the mud, then don't roll.
We look at the mud.
All right. Furia, you look at the suspicious mud, and you see on those broken branches, you see a couple of scraps of, looks like maybe threads, tiny pieces of cloth, and maybe almost like a broken trail leading off into the woods.
Something went down right here, and there's a trail over here. We should probably take it.
Or do we keep following the path?
Nah, man.
So-
You always do the side quests so you can level up more.
it's what, cloth or just more broken stuff?
There's this tiny piece of cloth and some threads.
I mean, we haven't seen any other living person. I clearly didn't notice it, but if Theory is just sharing her observation, I'll say
Yeah,
that.
something went down.
I'll say
there's
as
some-
much. Finding any sense of cloth, a sign that people have been here.
Yeah.
Living people.
What do y'all
So
think we're going to find? Bodies. It's a smell of death. The only thing that we find at the end of this path, bodies. And I'm not quite
Or
sure how they're going to help
undead.
us. Or undead, and that's a whole nother box of problems. But if that's where the team wants to go, I will follow the team.
What do we think, guys?
I'm down to go play with some zombies.
All right.
Let's investigate.
That's
Heather
that's
is-
2 of us, so Amanda, John will do majority.
I'm down to
I'll go.
investigate. We don't really know where we're going at this point. We got teleported into this strange land. Might as well take a lead.
To
I'm
Yeah,
going
well,
with the
Heather is doing
Squirrel
doing the adage for MOBA players of it's better to do the wrong thing as a team than the right thing separately.
Yep, Mike and I know that so well.
No, I'm not going off by myself, so I do have a sense of self-preservation, but clearly no one else in this group does.
well,
Are
I
you
feel like we can't
surprised?
split up.
No, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 of you have already technically tried to kill yourself.
I mean, you're
Well, one of you
right.
tried to kill themselves, and the other was like negotiating that you should be allowed to try to kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah.
just sit back and watch everybody do stupid stuff. As
All
I
right.
suggest stupid
Let's go find these undead. Let's see if they have any good loot, at least.
So as you push your way into the brush, foul scent leads you to a human corpse, half buried in the underbrush, about 10 or 15 feet off the road. It is a young human male. Looks to be what you would associate with just as a commoner. Nothing particularly special about him. Muddy clothes are torn and raked with claw marks. Some crows have been at the body a little bit, and the body doesn't even need a check to see that it's surrounded by large paw prints. He's obviously been dead for a couple days at least. In one outstretched hand, he's clenching his fist around a crumpled envelope.
Let's read the envelope.
Yep.
Mm.
Alright, yeah, he's well past rigor mortis, so the envelope is easily snatched out of his hand. It has a large wax seal, or rather a wax seal with a large B on the seal. If you open it, question mark?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Duh.
Inside is a parchment. It's worn and flimsy. And, hold please. Moment. You should be able to see that,
look at
and
that.
you can make it bigger if you so desire. I'll make it.
Someone want to read it?
Yeah. Hold on a sec.
Because this
Uh,
font is
Hail
very-
thee of might and valor. I, the master,
Burgomaster?
Bungar master of Bavania, send you honor with despair. My adopted daughter, the fair Lena Cleona, has been these past nights bitten by a vampire. For over 400 years, this creature has drained the lifeblood of my people. How my dear Lena languishes and dies from an unholy wound caused by this vile beast. He's become too powerful to conquer. So I do say to you, give us up for dead and encircle this land with the symbols of good. Let holy men call upon their power that the devil may be contained within the walls of weeping Bavania. Leave our sorrows to our graves and save the world from this evil fate of ours. There is much wealth entrapped in this community. Return for your reward after we're all departed for a better life. Kolian Landovich, Bungo Master.
So I had to know what. I think it's like Burgomaster.
Burgomaster, maybe?
He's good at the
Yeah.
Mongos, guys. Wow.
Yes, totally.
He's a
But it's
Bongo.
apparently like a mayor. Yeah.
It's a what,
It's a
though?
mayor of a Dutch, Flemish, German, Austrian, or Swiss town. I'm sure, like, we would maybe know this being an adventuring group, right? Maybe?
You would.
Okay, good. Because I Googled it, and I just realized we wouldn't have Google. Oops.
What?
I've never seen the word. I needed to know.
Even if you didn't, the background of me, I probably would have read something.
Yeah. And guess what? We're in Barovia.
It's a pity that for this campaign we have like mixed background casters and outdoorsy types, and no paladins, no righteous good types.
Nope. We all have an inkling who this vampire is, right?
Dracula.
Yeah, toads.
Dracula.
I'd have read a book on him once or twice.
Or Strahd.
Or that. Who knows?
Who knows?
I didn't say Dracula. That sounds like.
It's Spike!
Oh, there you go.
Oh
even
god, the
better.
best vampire.
Oh, I may not be leaving if it's Spike.
Me either.
Okay, well, so now we know why we're trapped in here.
Yep.
And I assume there's no getting out of here until we kill this motherfucker.
I mean, basically, yeah. We gotta kill
Should
Spike.
we set a trap?
I'm not ready to fight him yet.
No, we set a trap for a minion.
Is there anything else on this dude's body? Or is this the only?
No, just peasant's clothing.
Okay.
There's much wealth entrapped in this community.
I wonder where this community is, though. Like.
Well, I'm assuming if we
Well,
kept...
we only have one direction we can continue going.
All right,
so...
so I guess we're going back to the road, huh?
Yep.
As you head out back into the road, you do hear one howl of a wolf off in the distance. Sounds pretty far off.
Sure, it's fine.
Keep moving.
I hope we can sneak up on one of them, though. I want to make one of them my friend.
Sounds like a great plan.
Yeah. I think having a wolf friend would be fun.
I mean, maybe?
I mean, look, you have a druid, and once a druid starts leveling up, the only choices I have, so many of them are about animal friendship kind of stuff.
Okay.
So, totes my goats, I'm going to try to make
To
something
tame a
friend.
werewolf.
It's going to be great. I mean, it's not technically a tame. It's
True.
more or less just a... I'm like, yo, bro, you should totally be nice to us, and we won't hurt you. And it'll be like, oh, yeah, no, that sounds pretty chill.
Just like that.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty chill.
Oh, that sounds pretty chill.
If I was to describe it, it would be pretty chill. All right, so back on the road.
On the road again?
Continuing on. As you are continuing westward along the road, after about another, say, hour or so of walking, the forest starts to thin out on both sides and opens up. And a few more minutes, you break free of the forest and you see out in front of you, far down the road, I would say probably at least 3 or 4 more hours, you just barely make out some, looks like angular shapes that you would not associate with nature. And to the south of you, about half that distance, you see what maybe looks like maybe the banks of a large river, and then wide open meadows in front of you.
I think we head to town.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sounds like we're going to a town.
Yep.
Let's go to town.
So as you continue walking, if everyone could just make a Constitution check for me.
Constitution. Let's
Nope.
pull the dice the right way.
Wait, are we
Ooh.
doing saving or regular?
Nope.
Just a Constitution check.
Yeah, but is
mine's
that the ability side or the
It's the
save side? Oh, okay.
The only difference would be is if you have
If
on
it's your saving
save.
throw, I should
Yeah,
say.
Okay, cool.
yeah, because you'll have proficiency in some kind of saving throw.
Cool.
So as you continue on, you all are getting pretty darn tired. You have been walking from when you woke up this morning, and then to the fog, and then back. You're sitting at around 11 or 12 hours of walking now.
So much walking.
Might be a
is
good
getting-
time to rest.
It is
then.
getting a little bit darker.
I vote rest then.
Yeah, we probably should.
Let's rest.
And we probably want to be careful about our campfire, since we don't know really what's going on around us, and we're in a big open field.
The question is, will it keep wolves away?
I mean, also true. Fire can attract things just as much as it scares stuff away.
Wolf? Where? Where
I don't know any wolves.
Oh my god.
Werewolves? They're wolves.
You are so lame.
You married him.
I know.
I think it's hilarious.
I also know how
We
to
very
ignore him
much
pretty well.
know that you think it's hilarious.
See, Brian doesn't like those jokes. I like good puns.
No,
And Brian's like, no, that's stupid.
no puns.
That's why Brian's gonna die first.
Well, that's perfectly fine. Look, I already tried to kill myself.
Exactly.
He stabbed himself for me.
And nobody else was doing anything, so I was like, well, screw it. They want blood, I'll give them blood.
Okay, so we are gonna rest? Question mark.
That's what I
Yeah,
am
and
thinking we should
shifts.
do.
Right? Yes.
I mean,
Good
yeah,
idea.
we should always be
Yeah.
setting a watch.
Okay, are we lighting a fire?
It's up to you guys. What's the weather like?
The weather is dark and gloomy. Kind of,
What about like
yeah.
temperature wise?
it's
The high will
We'll
be
say-
76
yeah.
today with a low of 54.
probably
20%
yeah.
chance of rain.
Your local meteorologist would probably say that it's dropping down to maybe in the mid 50s
A little chilly.
overnight.
Okay, okay. Do we